item of the evening into the record.
The first item of business is item 3. The first item of business is item 3, election of officers.
All right, thank you. So, per the rules and regulations of the Planning Commission, this body holds elections for its officers of chair, vice chair, and secretary every year at the first regular meeting following the appointment of new commissioners. And this is our first meeting since April 1st, the date when new terms began. And so we had a former commissioner in Ward 2, Eric Grebliunas, who served for 4 years and chose not to reapply, so his term ended. I want to just thank Commissioner Grebliunas for serving on this body. It was a pleasure to work with him. He was an incredibly smart individual, very knowledgeable about planning and zoning issues that regularly came before this body. He used his experience as an active resident in Ward 2 and his professional experience as an architect, I thought, and a practitioner who sometimes professionally engages with the contents of zoning codes and jurisdictions all over to really bring a unique perspective to this commission, which will be missed. But Eric, if you are out there watching tonight, thank you for your 4 years of service to this body and to Lakewood. It was a pleasure serving with you, and we're very sad to see you go. However, the City Council sent us a new commissioner. That would be Commissioner Jake Carius, who is sitting over to my right here on the end. Commissioner Carius will be the new commissioner for Ward 2. He is new to Lakewood's Planning Commission, but he is not new to planning commissions generally. Once upon a time, Commissioner Carius lived in the city and county of Broomfield and served on the Planning Commission in that jurisdiction. In addition, Mr. Carius has recently obtained a PhD in sociology, and his thesis that he defended was on the sociology of planning commissions. And so it's a great topic for a thesis. If you've ever wondered the answer to the question, can I read the comprehensive plan of every jurisdiction in Metro Denver? The answer to that question, Commissioner Carius can tell you, is yes. Yes, you can do that. Have you ever watched a planning commission meeting and thought, this meeting is just so interesting that I want to watch 200 more of those on YouTube? If you've ever thought that, Commissioner Carius is also here to tell us that yes, that is absolutely a thing that you can choose to do. And so I am beyond thrilled that he is bringing this level of engagement and expertise to our body. I'm sure it will be a pleasure serving with Commissioner Carius, and I hope you all give him a warm welcome and are as excited as I am about him joining me. On the 31st of March this year, there was another bloke on our planning commission who's sitting in the sitter chair right now, whose term of office was also up. He did choose to reapply, and the city council reappointed him. I'm personally extremely gratified by that. I think it's been an honor and a privilege to serve on this commission, and it's brought me joy to engage in the community this way and be deeply involved and try to represent residents' concerns and be an active participant in hopefully doing some good in the city of Lakewood. And I am personally very grateful to the City Council for their choice to reappoint me, and I will continue to endeavor to do my best in terms of preparation and whatever I have to offer this commission in every meeting that I bring. And so with that, with the appointment of 2 members, it is time per our rules and regulations to have an election of officers. And so my term as chairman, which I was elected to last year, ends right now. And I will hand the running of this meeting over to our clerk for the evening, Mr. Rice, who will conduct an election for a chairman for the next year.
Good evening. Thank you. Do I have nominations for chair for the Planning Commission?
I nominate Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you.
I accept the nomination.
Do I have other nominations? No? Would you like a voice vote or yes? Okay. Commissioner Carius?
Yes.
Commissioner Holman?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Yes.
Commissioner Buckley?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Molnar?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
The chair for the 2026 Planning Commission is Commissioner Buckley, Chair Buckley. And I'll hand the meeting back over to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rice. Do I have any nominations from the commission for our vice chair? Commissioner Molinar.
I nominate Commissioner Carries.
Do we have any other nominations? Or I should ask if you accept it.
I'll accept. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other nominations? All right, seeing none, we can vote. We'll do a roll call vote once again. Commissioner Carius.
Yes, I'll vote for myself.
Commissioner Holman.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Molinar.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
All right, congratulations, Commissioner Carius. You are our new vice chair. Do we have any nominees for the secretary?
I move to nominate Commissioner O'Neill as the secretary.
Do you
I'll
accept?
accept. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Neill. Any other nominations? All right, we will do a roll call vote for the election of secretary. The question is whether to have Commissioner O'Neill serve as secretary. Commissioner Carius.
Yes.
Commissioner Holman.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Molinar.
Yes.
And Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
All right, congratulations, Commissioner O'Neill. Mr. Rice, lead us into our next agenda item, please.
Item 4 is case SU 26001. The addresses are 1447 Allison Street and 8000 West Colfax. It would be a special use permit for the Navigation Center.
All right, and to begin, we will have a presentation from the applicant, which in this case is a little bit unusual. The applicant is the city of Lakewood itself, and so representing the city and its role as applicant will be Chris Connor. Mr. Connor, when you are ready, please begin your presentation.
Thank you, folks. Let's see, Chris Connor. I work for City of Lakewood as the manager of Housing and Thriving Communities. Thank you, commissioners and chair, for agending this item and having me to present today. Thanks also to the community members here in high number to participate in this discussion. The presentation that I have for tonight is a condensed version of a presentation that you may have already reviewed on Lakewood Speaks. So thank you for that review, and apologies if it's a little bit of repeat content here. But again, I am the applicant for the proposed special use at 1447 Allison and 8000 West Colfax Avenue. So as you're aware, and for benefit of the audience, the special use permit review criteria really involves three broad categories. Like, first, the use must be consistent with applicable standards and supplemental uses, dimensions, and development and design. The building's external form has not been significantly changed from its prior use, with the exception of some improvements in fencing, patio areas, disposal, landscaping, and modifications for fire access lighting and surveillance in line with the proposed use. Additionally, the request needs to withstand not substantially impairing the appropriate use or development of the adjacent properties, and demonstrate that is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other city plans. There's sequential here as 1 through 3, and I'm going to hop around a little bit here in how we address them just for expediency. So again, for use and design standards, there are no supplemental standards aligned to the proposed shelter special use in Article 4 of the zoning ordinance. So it's a pretty moot point on this proposal. The building is compliant with current development and dimensional standards, including the setbacks, height, open space, and parking. And again, there are no facade changes proposed or required for the proposed land use. However, the exterior of the building has been improved with landscaping, lighting, and surveillance. On our city plans, there's a number of areas where the proposed use would align with strategies and goals of the plan. And here I'm going to present on 3 of them that are in very, very short reach. So within our Envision 2040 comprehensive plan, there is a goal of homelessness resolution and a strategy that bears upon navigation and shelter options in particular. So strategy 118 reads sustained facility-based navigation and housing-focused case management services, including 24/7 access to emergency shelter for people experiencing homelessness and domestic violence. Outside of our comprehensive plan, Lakewood also has a strategic housing plan, and there's 2 areas in the strategic housing plan that I'd like to draw attention to for alignment. Both of them are strategies. Strategy 2B1, to create more opportunities for a range of shelter and housing choices. So this reads, permitting shelter as an allowed use with a special use permit in more mixed use zone districts would provide location options to meet that strategy. And strategy 3C talks about kind of the design of what these programs should be. So create trauma-informed shelter options for the unhoused. And it reads, a key element to any housing navigation center will be designing the space using trauma-informed design. The architect designer that was selected competitively for this project is a national leader in just this aspect and has completed a number of projects throughout the metro area, similar to the navigation center serving people in homelessness through a trauma-informed or dignified design lens. I want to kind of draw up a picture of the floor plan of the space. This is the phase 1 renovation scope of the project. So when we acquired the property, we had funding through Colorado Department of Local Affairs for both the acquisition and the renovation. We did phase the renovation of the project through fiduciary reasons. We knew that the budget of DOLA would not extend to be able to do a renovation of the full project. So the south end of the building is actually on the left and is what has been renovated into the space. And on the right is the north hall of the building, which was not subject to the phase 1 renovation, but will undergo a second phase of renovation that's much more modest and can happen concurrently with program operations. The North Hall was very much already a finished space that operated in the previous use as the Harley-Davidson showroom, so it had tiled floors and such. When we were starting on the south end of the space, it was open warehouse space that we needed to design towards the use. So in this slide, I want to talk about a little bit about what those renovations within the facility include. So this was an animated slide. Let me see if I can. I don't have it on the right. Let me walk us through this. So within the facility, we designated 4 dorm areas assigned for men and 2 for women. We proportioned the space according to what we know about shelter demand and unsheltered homelessness, that men on the binary gender spectrum are going to present for shelter need more often. Also included in this are 2 individual rooms, one of which is equipped with a bathroom and shower to manage special needs within the program, such as isolating a guest with an illness. Also a respite room near the entrance of the facility that allows us to manage incidents within the space and allows kind of break off space if we need to de-escalate a client or they need a more privatized space in the facility to work with professional staff. I lost the... Let me go through this. Looks like the animation's not working here. Additionally, we increased the capacity for hygiene and restrooms, including commodes, showers, sinks, and water bottle filling stations. This required increasing water supply to the building as well. We provided lounge and reception areas that include laundry facility for program participant use, modest seating and tables and chairs, so people have an option that's not just remaining bedside. And then we improved outdoor patio spaces, including animal relief areas for service animals and patio spaces. There is an error in the graphic here where you look at the bottom there, it says women's patio. That would be on the Allison facing side. We removed that, we took that out. There will not be a patio space that faces Allison Street. Our outdoor areas are on the south end of the facility in a fenced area and then individually fenced within that area as well. We also included staff workstations and reception areas in both the women's dorm, the men's dorm, and at reception. And we included a pest mitigation room, which is a heat chamber room that as new guests arrive, we place their possessions in that room, and we turn up the heat in that room to mitigate for potential pests. There were beyond the interior design, the renovation involved increasing all the utility capacities of the facility to meet the needs of the use and not draw from immediate uses nearby. This included expanding the electrical, gas, and water of the facility, which also included a gas reinforcement a block away at Zephyr Street that applies to the not just the building but the Fuller area. Also, exterior of the building, starting off with interior, we did install 10 security cameras within the interior of the South Hall for monitoring surveillance, and we did place 12 cameras along the exterior of the building to provide ongoing surveillance surrounding the building. So this is one of the areas where we would have gone into that North Hall on the exterior side to provide camera line of sight to go all the way up Allison, wrap around Colfax, as well as the space between the buildings on the west side, as well as the south alley. So we have a pretty good sight line by cameras on the outside. We also installed new sconce lighting to make sure that those areas are illuminated for view as well. So beyond the physical renovations of the building, one of the most impactful things that we were able to do was not about building design per se, but about revisioning a program model for the space that would right-size the activity to what we want to accomplish in the space and mitigate the impacts to the broader community. So the history of this facility is it had operated in the past as drop-in and walk-up opportunity, and led to a number of issues in the immediate vicinity of the facility and broader neighborhood. So I'm going to talk about 3 different changes that we made. Since the animations are happening, we'll read left to right under these categories for comparison. But when the prior operator was running, they were operating with limited operating hours, and they would typically be closing mid-afternoon around 3:00 p.m., so before rush hour along Colfax and others. What this led to is they wouldn't be able to keep people inside overnight, which is the request of this use, and encampments would be erected by those program participants in the immediate vicinity of the facility, because in the morning, that's where breakfast would be served, and they wanted to be proximal to the services that they were obtaining. In our new model, in contract with Volunteers of America Colorado, under the temporary use, we're operating a 24/7, 365 program, including overnight options that keep participants inside. So even as we approach the hours of normal business operations, when we might close down that that North Hall facility, we're still able to remain accountable to our program participants because we're keeping them on site in the facility. The second change that we made is the prior operator was operating a drop-in or self-referral model of service provision. That means to enroll in the program, somebody just needed to walk up to the door and access. They could enter the facility and be engaged programmatically. The change that we've made to that is we are vetting and referring participants in the program through professional street navigation staff. So these are outreach workers in municipalities who are doing the work of case management and work in the field, so within encampments. Those navigators are the ones who place all referrals into this program at the Navigation Center. We are not taking walk-up or drop-in access. Volunteers of America is prepared and trained that if folks are arriving, as they may, to request services, to redirect them from the Navigation Center, but they are not accessing the building itself. Finally, and in tandem with this, because the prior operator was operating a drop-in walk-up service, there was no ceiling or control on the number of people accessing the facility, which led to a high number of participants accessing a shallower level of care and more disorder in the environment, right? Because we operate in a referral manner and because we are proposing a use overnight, what we're able to do with this program, and something that I went back to DOLA, to the state of Colorado, to negotiate, is the whole program capacity would be equal to the bed capacity of the program, which is 100 participants. We will serve 100 people at any given time through this program, and we can control for how much activity is operating out of that space. These three things, I think, are the biggest things that we have been able to identify thus far to mitigate for some of the concerns that were voiced under the prior operator. Finally, I'd like to conclude, this is a bit new content, so this would not be on the Lakewood Speaks presentation, but I want to give a snapshot of who we're serving out of this facility. So this morning, I sat down and I pulled up the roster of guests at the facility. What I found out is the average guest at the Navigation Center is a white male who's aged 47.65 years. Our oldest guest is a 77-year-old man, followed by a 71-year-old woman. And our youngest, we have two 28-year-olds, actually, one a woman and one a man. Incidentally, because of my curiosity, I looked at the average 47.65 years. So if you're looking for the model of the average person being served, today I am 47.64 years old. So if you see me on the weekend, I am the model of that demographic being served today, Wednesday, at the Navigation Center. But that said, you know, the people we're serving are me, and yet there's differences, right? So looking at our most recent snapshot data from January, when we do the annual point-in-time count, the annual point-in-time count found 266 households in homelessness in Lakewood. So this isn't in the Jeffco region, this is in our city. And here's differences from maybe what I'd represent and what we saw when we're asking people in homelessness. 39% were experiencing homelessness for the very first time. 50% were chronically homeless, meaning that they had endured homelessness for a year or more, or had multiple incidents of homelessness in their lives, and they have an associated disability factor within that to name them chronically homeless. 29% identified a substance use issue. 35% identified mental health concerns. 27% identified a developmental concern. 36.8 identified a chronic health condition, and I do have an eye twitch, but I think it's because of the nature of my work, you know. So I'm not going to chalk that up to chronic health condition until my doctor tells me so. 30% identified a physical disability. Here's areas where we can do better with this program. In January, 10.5% identified a traumatic brain injury, and none of those folks on point in time night were identified in shelter. All of them were identified in unsheltered environments in the city. 15, or again, and this, I don't want to associate this as an ability issue or health issue. This is about identities in our community. 11 individuals identified as LGBTQ, and again, none of those on the point in time night, which was a cold, severe weather activation night, had come in for shelter. We can do better here with this type of program that establishes relationships. Finally, 15.4% of all the people that we encountered in homelessness on point in time associated domestic violence with their homelessness. So I say the program's been built for people who look like me, and yet we have an opportunity not only to touch upon the homelessness and housing issue, but to touch upon these issues as well through this type of program. With that, I promised that I'd limit to 10 to 12 minutes, so hopefully I'm close to that, and that would be the end.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Connor. Commissioners, do we have any questions right now for Mr. Connor? And I will, before we jump into too many questions, just note that there are 35 people signed up to speak. But some questions may be helpful. First, we'll also have an opportunity after public comment to ask additional questions of staff. Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one, I think, pretty quick question. Was the previous model of the facility a dry facility?
It was not.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions. My first is that under the prior operator, I know that under the new model, we were capping it at 100 individuals. Under the previous operator, how many individuals do we think were being served on average? I'm trying to gauge if we're reducing the number of individuals that can receive service in Lakewood.
On average, I can't put a fine point on that number. What I recall when I went to the director of the previous operator and we were talking about these issues, and I'm like, you know, things seem to be complicated. They're complicated for you, they're complicated for the neighborhood. Are these the three things that could mitigate that? His estimate was that they would see above 300 souls in and out of that building in a day. And that's in that reduced hour time frame. At its peak, that's not an average, right? So they were seeing many more people in need arriving for that drop-in access, and they weren't able to meet them with the same depth of services at that scale, right? And so you had a number of people who maybe they're coming in to meet that food need, or maybe they're coming in just for a place to be during the day, but they weren't all receiving case management as is intentioned and designed in this program, which would offer a case management ratio. In contract, we say it's 1 to 30, but if we have a 100-person program capacity, it also says we have 4 case managers, so really it's a 1 to 25 ratio that we're looking at.
Thank you. Chair, may I have a follow-up?
Go for it.
My follow-up question to that is just if we are redirecting individuals from the Navigation Center to other services, I'm curious if you can help us understand where we're redirecting individuals to, who those partners are, where are we actually sending them, and then are those the places that we're sending folks to, you know, engaged and willing participants and partners with the Navigation Center?
Yeah, so the first thing that we would offer to folks is a description of how to enter the program appropriately, right? And so that engagement would be to direct them to engaging with a navigator. If they're in Lakewood, that would be our navigation staff if they had come from somewhere else, right? There's a number of municipalities that have navigation teams that can refer to this program, and we would tell them to connect with their navigator there. In terms of shelter options and resources, right? Bear in mind that this is the very first 24/7, 365 option for folks in west side of Sheridan, right? In the city of Lakewood or in the county, right? So for congregate shelter. So in terms of daytime environments to refer people to, we don't have a lot, right? And so folks may go to the public library. There is a project, Main Street Ministries, which I want to be very clear is not my project or City of Lakewood's project. That's looking to provide space that would be drop-in accessible to folks that would be reasonably close to the center as well, and could create that opportunity. But it's a resource lacking in our community. But our intention is 100 people at a time with depth of service. Is that helpful? Thanks.
Commissioner Carius.
I have a bit of an odd question, but approximately how many vehicle parking spaces are necessary for employees of the VOA, but also about how many parking spaces combined with the city-owned lot the next street over might be necessary for individuals benefiting from services there?
We have been open for 3 months, and so there's a lot that we're going to learn about what's incoming to us. I think our navigator staff who have been placing this referrals have really prioritized street-level homelessness in encampments, but can refer people who are sleeping in vehicles and cars, and we haven't really seen that influx yet in terms of how many people may come. The site has enough parking on the 8,000 West Colfax and 1447 addresses, that building. Alon Allison is parking available that's adequate for all the staff that would be operating that building. And then the parking lot is going to be additional to that. I don't recall in my flashcard brain memory how many spots are painted on the parking lot parcel, but it's ample.
All right, Commissioner Molinar.
How long do we expect guests to stay on average?
Thank you. We've not designed the program to have a stay limit that's duration based. So it's not a program that says upon entry and intake, you need to figure everything out within 90 days because there's no day 91. So there are things and controls that we may put on guests that regulate duration so that settling in permanently at the navigation center isn't an option, right? And what that looks like is more if housing opportunities are produced and present and available to you and are consistently declined, that may mean something for your ability to participate in this program because we need those guests who are case management engaged, and the intention is to move people out to permanent housing. The duration is something that we need some time under us to really root out. One thing that I want to be clear on is the success of these programs. The outcome metrics are always a lagging indicator of bigger things within the system, right? So our ability to pace our exits from this program into housing, if that's the goal and the intention, is going to depend on the availability of attainable and sustainable housing opportunities, right? So as we've introduced this program, initially, I was ambitious and I was like, maybe we want to do this as a performance-based contract, but it's not uncommon when you're introducing a new program in a new environment within a systems approach that you need to spend time establishing those baselines and then reach from what those baselines are. And duration of stay is certainly a metric that we'll be establishing baseline for.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Connor, kind of along those lines, I'm very interested in the process, like maybe a typical participant would go through when they're in the shelter. But let's just back up to the becoming a participant, right? You've emphasized that this is a referral-based program. There are navigators out in the community who are referring people to the services at this facility. Can you talk about who are these navigators? How many are there? Who are they working for, and what else are they doing besides referring people, and what kind of criteria are they looking for in deciding whether or not a person is a good candidate to succeed in this program?
Excellent question. Thank you. There are navigators within many of the municipalities in Jefferson County, as well as placed within the county, all of whom can make a referral into this program. The question then is who gets how many beds, right? And so the equitable, reasonable way I advise the program to do that is to look at that point in time count and balance the referral pace to the proportionality that we see in those communities of unsheltered homelessness. So I can't answer the questions for that entire collaborative, how many individual navigators we have, but let me answer for Lakewood.
Sure.
Lakewood has 4 professional outreaching staff. 2 of them are within the community action team of the Lakewood Police Department, who is most frequently engaged in those encampment settings, both of whom have been leading a charge on referral into the program. The other 2 outreaching professionals we have that can refer into this program are a housing navigator within Housing and Thriving Communities, as well as a contracted street outreach caseworker with the previous operator, Recovery Works. They also are working out in the field and can facilitate a referral into the program. One of the benefits, so when we were working on the contract with the operator and trying to figure out this facility and aiming for a connection point there, we didn't hit it. We had delays with the facility coming online, but we did have a contracted operator. That gave us some space to still stay busy on having those conversations about what is a good referral for the VOA and how do we facilitate that with the navigation team. So they had multiple meetings and conferences together as they were building up that initial roster or queue of referrals to be made. What we aimed for in the on-ramping of the program is we didn't want to necessarily start out with just send us all the hardest cases, because we wanted a mix of acuity of issues. And the reason for that is we wanted to really be able to, from the beginning, set a tone and a culture and kind of a feel for the space and the services and the engagement, rather than sending the most complex issues that we had to a very new program with sometimes very new staff, and then needing to go back and correct. So there was a lot of intention within those first several weeks on placing those referrals to VOA.
Okay, excellent. Follow-up question, something you said, you mentioned Lakewood has 4 dedicated staff referring, and Recovery Works as well, and then there's partner jurisdictions throughout Jefferson County. You don't know how many navigators are working there, but what jurisdictions are there? Who's collaborating with Lakewood on this?
And Lakewood has 2 navigators and then the 2, so a total of 4.
Total of 4.
The 4 plus
okay.
2. The affiliated communities are going to be the county. Jefferson County has a navigation team. Westminster, Wheat Ridge, Arvada, Golden, all of whom can place referrals into the program.
Okay. Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question to that, to the navigation officers. I believe my understanding of that program was that they were operating during the hours of 9 to 5 during the day.
They're
Is that
extraordinarily flexible on scheduling sometimes. They don't go into late evenings. They're 2 people that need to accomplish. So most of their activity is during those business hours. We are, just for your awareness, we're joined by Commander John Alish of the Lakewood Police Department, who stood up the CAT team and oversees those operations. So if feel free to ask questions there, that direction too.
Okay. So in the late evenings, should something arise and a just regular police officer encounters this, can they interact with you all, or?
In the late evenings, it wouldn't be an immediate referral into the navigation center for a late evening intake. We really rely on those navigation staff cultivating that relationship, monitoring for, what stage of motivation of change are you in, describing that program on the front end, to place those referrals as warmly meaning intentionally as possible to the professional staff at the Volunteers of America.
So there's a vetting process.
So there's a vetting process. That's not to say, especially in severe weather seasons, that we're not going to have options that respond to that need for an immediate emergency response in severe weather.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to my other questions I intended. So after participants are identified and referred into the program, I understand you're serving a diversity of clients with different needs, but walk us through the process of when someone is referred into the program, identifying what particular ways they need help in, what issues you'll focus on with them, and I guess how do you go about making an action plan, if you will, of how they transition out of this shelter and into their own permanent home.
Yeah, thank you. That day one is a big day, right? So we attempt not to throw everything at them in their first day. You can imagine people moving from unsheltered homelessness into this program. In some ways, they're already giving up a lot. For storage, they have a locker and what's at their bed, so they're already downsizing some. And they're taking risks to live in a new environment in a different way. What happens in that first day is their possessions will go into that heat chamber to protect the hive, right? And that's a 4-hour process. So that's really the fastest referrals we can make are 7 or 8 new guests a day, and that's because of that need to decontaminate belongings that are entering the space. We put people's stuff in for 4 hours. Typically, we have 2 opportunities to do that in a day. They'll sit down. Hopefully, it's a warm handoff where the navigator is joining them, but they'll sit down with the professional staff to go over the guest agreements and description of the program and orientation to the building and the program, in which they'll enter that participation agreement with Volunteers of America, Colorado. The introduction to the case manager, though, that's when we were reaching that threshold of this might be what you're able to do today. This is a big day for you. So I think in our contract, if I recall what we stipulated, I believe it's within a 72-hour period is when we're introducing them to that professional caseworker staff. So one of those 4 professionals, 1 caseworker to 25 participants, they'll get assigned there, and that's when we start the process of that deeper engagement, creating the housing plan, the case management planning for that guest.
Okay. How do you go about, checking in a participant's progress, while they're at the shelter, right? So they get a case manager within 72 hours. What's the process after that to ensure that the individual is making steady progress and whatever their goals are to be able to move on to the next place?
Scheduled appointments that are on site. The professional staff are co-located during the day in the north hall of the building, and scheduling appointments that are reinforced by the other staff. It's not just 4 people running the whole thing, but we have night staff and floor staff as well that are engaged with clients to encourage their connection to caseworkers. It is articulated in that participant agreement that participant with your case manager is part of the program. It's what you're signing up for, right? So that's another piece where it's not a time-limited stay, but if somebody arrives, if they miss an appointment with their caseworker, we're going to resolve it. If they miss 2, they miss 3. If they're missing multiple appointments, if they're not being accountable to that relationship, and the caseworker on site is doing their due diligence to make sure that they're pursuing the guest as well. They're going to the residential side of the building to see if they're there and everything. Then that may mean something for participation in the program too. It may mean a restriction. Like, that'll always be voiced to the guest before the restriction decision is made. And most restrictions can be reconciled, right? So it's not a forever thing. Like if you're restricted, maybe it's a cooling off period, or it's like, look, maybe this isn't working out, but we want you to stay in the program. You still have a case manager here, on this restriction. Maybe come back in 3 days and let's figure out how to reset this relationship and make it more accountable.
Okay. Yeah, but ultimately, like, the measure of accountability you have is if they're just obstinate in not participating, you have the option of discharging them unsuccessfully, I guess, from the program and
Yes.
making room for someone else who will be more receptive.
We would, yep.
Yeah.
We would have that option, but it's relationship-based work.
Absolutely.
So we might
Right.
not go there right away, right?
Of course, right.
Yep.
It's very understandable. You do need to give some of these people in hard circumstances options and chances, and I think everyone gets that. Yeah, I guess talk about the staffing some more. You said a 1 to 25 ratio. That's 4 staff members. Is that at all times 24/7, 365?
No,
or,
it's 1 to 4 for the particular roles that are doing professional case management.
Okay.
There's additional staff that are running that facility, both administratively from program managers and up, but also floor staff and such. So what that looks like right now is at no time are there fewer than 3 staff in the program on the residential side. What it looks like within the building is typically there'll be 4, but no fewer than 3. There would be a staff at reception, staff in the women's dorm, staff in the men's dorm, and one that floats on that south side, which is residential. In the north side is where your professional caseworkers are, where kitchen staff may be preparing meals, where the administrative staff are on site as well, which includes a senior program operations manager as well as kind of an in-arm person operating that too, who I think are here today as well.
All right. Well, thank you for coming. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions from the commission at this time, and so I think it's an appropriate moment to dive into public comment. We now have, I believe,
Thank you so
37
much.
people signed up, so let's get into it. The first person I have on the list is Amber Varwig. All right, Ms. Varwig, welcome.
Hi, Amber Varwig, Ward 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should mention before you begin and before everyone begins, you will have 3 minutes to speak. There is a light in front of you that should be green when you begin. After 2 minutes, 30 seconds, it will turn yellow. And at 3 minutes, it will turn red. And I will politely ask you to conclude your remarks if you have not done so. Some people here may be familiar with giving public comment at city council meetings, so the rules I've discussed so far are similar to that. The Planning Commission does it a little bit differently. Commissioners are free to ask follow-up questions to any speaker. So after your 3 minutes are done or after you've concluded your remarks, be prepared for questions for the commission. I will urge commissioners to keep questions brief just so we can get through everyone since there are a good number of people signed up. So my apologies, Ms. Varwig, for not announcing that beforehand. Get into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Amber Varwig. I live in Ward 2. And I'm here today to speak in favor of continuing to have a shelter in that area. And I am going to speak to that as someone who has been on the streets. My entire family hit the streets, and we weren't drug addicts. We didn't do anything wrong. Our apartment fell through. My sister and I were taking care of our disabled mother. She was disabled enough that I was earning a stipend of $342 a month to take care of her, which wasn't enough for us to really be making it with her Social Security. But, you know, it was definitely enough for the bottom to fall out very, very quickly when the apartment that we thought we had was gone. We're now living out of a budget truck with animals. Well, we can't keep the animals, so of course we call and we give the animals to people who can take care of them. We lose everything we own. We're on the streets. we don't count for anything the same way we did before. There isn't anyone who wants to help us. So if it wasn't for a shelter being around, we wouldn't have anywhere to sleep. We wouldn't have anywhere to get any food. We didn't need drug counseling, but had we needed drug counseling, where were we supposed to get that without a shelter? And yesterday marks 11 years since Kristen Varwig, my sister, died. She died because we didn't have access to a shelter. Her asthma got so bad that it swelled her airway shut. And the reason we had left the shelter is because she had had an accident there and they wanted us to leave. So the basal ganglia is apparently a very important part of the brain. That's where her stroke occurred. We couldn't revive her because of the airway being swelled shut because she had to sleep outside day after day. Homeless people are going to continue to exist during the daytime when they're not in night shelters. And no, they're not cleaning up the city, as someone so lovingly put on one of my posts about this. But they do exist, and nobody has the right to be angry about that or to try to legislate against their existence. This shelter already is operational, already exists, and is already doing good in our community. It's not like people heard about it and all of a sudden the droves shall come and descend upon us. No, this is what it is, and this is why we're here. Let people have a place to go and become fruitful members of their community again. Let people have a place to go and sit down so that they're not being moved along here. I walked more when I was homeless than I ever did on a diet plan, let me tell you. Nobody's ever allowed to sit down, so how are they supposed to go find a job? They have no clean clothes. You know what could solve that? A shelter. It's funny how many things can be solved by people not caring what the meanest and most psychopathic amongst us might feel, but instead reach inside to our empathy, to what is already working and say, hey, this is common sense, and I really like it.
Thank you, Ms. Varwig, for sharing that heartfelt personal experience. I deeply appreciate you coming out. Are there any questions? Thank you again very much. The next speaker is, the next person presented is Jamie Lynn Selman. Hello, welcome.
Hi, I'm speaking to the same point as Ms. Varwig.
Oh, and can you speak into the microphone, please?
Speaking to the same point as Ms. Varwig, all of the issues that come up with homelessness are compounded when you don't have a place that you can get your basic needs met. When you have a house, you have a place to shower, you have a place to keep your belongings. One of the biggest issues that I saw when I was working at a public health clinic, at a public health facility in Denver with our participants was that anytime that they tried to get ahead, they tried to get off the streets, they had nowhere where they could keep their things, so things were constantly getting stolen. Every time they tried to get a job, save up a little money, get a cell phone so that they could maybe get a second job, or it would get stolen. If you don't have a place that you can store your things, you don't have any way to progress forward. If you don't have a place to shower, you don't have a way to be seen as a person. You are not able to progress. Without having access to the basic amenities of life, you can't get out of the situation that you're in. And it's just not possible to move forward otherwise. Having a shelter is the only option for people to be able to get out of the situation that they're in, and it just doesn't make sense for them not to be able to yell, get a job, when you can't because you don't have access to the phone because it got stolen again. Right? Yeah, that's really nice.
All right. Thank you very much. Ben Hensley. All right, Pastor Ben, welcome. We always look forward to your rousing sermons.
Honorable Commissioners, good evening. My name is Ben, and I am a resident of Ward 2 and the pastor of Lakewood United Methodist Church. I both live and work just 2 blocks from the property that we're discussing tonight. And the first thing I want to point out from this conversation we're having tonight, and have been having for a few days, it seems, on Lakewood Speaks, is the overwhelming majority of public support for the Lakewood Navigation Center to continue its operations. The requisite standards outlined in our zoning code for special use permit at 8000 West Colfax and that other property that's a parking lot have been met. The Navigation Center's operation will not substantially inhibit the use or development of any of the adjacent properties to 8000 West Colfax. And I specifically know that this is true because I live in that neighborhood and I work there. I would offer to my frustrated neighbors and local business owners that homelessness has been the status quo in our neighborhood for at least a decade now, regardless of whether or not the Lakewood Navigation Center operates as transitional housing. Doing something constructive about homelessness will not make conditions worse in our neighborhood. It will only make them better. Honorable Commissioners, we are here tonight to discuss the assignment of a special use permit, but the urgency of this decision delves into a deeper and more relevant conversation, because tonight's conversation really is about our shared humanity. This conversation is about hope and insisting that hope is possible for people who have every reason to give it up. This is not just a conversation about zoning code bureaucracy. This conversation is really about our neighbors who struggle to be recognized as neighbors, who struggle to get enough sleep to function, who struggle to fight their addictions because they have no consistent or meaningful access to safety or shelter, or any of the other of Maslow's hierarchy of needs that we don't think twice about, who struggle so much more than almost all of us here do, because for them, every meal, every moment of quiet, every night of sleep, every moment of dignity, every second of comfort is earned through mountains of effort we often don't think twice about for ourselves. The Lakewood Navigation Center won't be a shelter. However brief the time one is there, it will be a home for our neighbors. People will live there. They won't stay there. People will be a part of the community there, not a presence that is tolerated or cleaned up after. The stories that matter here in this conversation are not the items of trash or irrelevant instances of people desperately dealing with the lack of access to a bathroom. The stories that matter here will be the stories of transformation, from lives of managing unimaginable scarcity becoming journeys of wholeness, recovery, and dignity that will be made possible by the Lakewood Navigation Center and the Volunteers of America. So, what story will we tell as a city about who we are in this moment? That is the significance of the decision that you are about to make. I will be praying for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Hensley. David Persons.
David Persons, Ward 3. I'm here as the amen corner for my pastor, so I would say amen to everything he said there. I want to share about a little village in France called Le Chambon-sur-Lignon. During World War II, the people there took in, each family, groups of Jewish refugees. And the reputation of that city was known as a conspiracy of goodness. Oh my, oh my. That's my dream for Lakewood. What is our reputation going to be? What is our reputation going to be? We've got something there available. The first one in Jefferson County. Let's step into it. Let's make this a conspiracy of compassion and goodness. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Hammer. Good
Hello,
evening.
my name's Derek, and I'm here to speak in favor of the permit. I actually come from Arvada, and the reason I'm down here talking tonight is because I help out some of the people that are without homes that exist in the Arvada community. And one of them I met 2 weeks ago. He was telling me his story, and I wanted to kind of share that a little bit here, where he was someone that was on the street, addicted to drugs, and he was so proud, so proud to tell me about how his journey had led to him finding faith, and then also getting clean and staying clean for the last 18 months. And he was so proud to do that. And the other thing that he was very proud to tell me was that last month he got a spot at the Navigation Center, and it was something that he was excited about, something that he thought was the next step in his chapter of improving his life. And this was a key piece of his journey towards getting to a better place. And so I want to support those stories, and I want you all to support those stories. And it's not just something that impacts just Lakewood, it also impacts surrounding communities like mine. So thank you, that's it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hammer, and thank you for your compassionate work in your community. Dario Arnautovic, I'm not sure I pronounced that right, lives at, oh, you said no for speaking. All right, this is just Johanna Rowan.
Hi, my name is Johanna Rowan. I've been a Lakewood resident for almost 30 years in August. And earlier this year, I participated in the census counting over a 24-hour period to see how many people were unhoused in Lakewood. And one of the interesting things I found was a pretty high percentage of these unhoused people in this 24-hour period were our veterans. And I have a loved one who just recently died from, he was a Vietnam vet, and he died from Agent Orange exposure. And he had a lot of support from us to help him navigate the VA system. And it isn't easy to navigate. He could have easily have been unhoused and unsheltered. He had friends who allowed him to stay with them. And I think it's recognizing that so many people have such concern for our veterans, knowing that many of these are unhoused, unsheltered individuals. I think it's important to really keep that in mind, that these people served our country. And the other thing that I think is really interesting, and I do look at next door, I'm next door Green Mountain, and there is so much concern for dogs. Every other posting is a dog who doesn't have a home, who is lost, who is hurt, who is out in the cold. There is so much more concern for four-legged, and I love my dog, I have a dog, but if we could have the same amount of love and concern for our neighbors, our two-legged neighbors who are unhoused, it could go a long way. Thanks.
Lyle Gallinen. Did I say that name right?
Gallivan, yes. Pretty
All right.
close.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Lyle Gallivan. I live in Ward 1, and I've been a resident of Lakewood for 41 years. I've also been a member at Ben's Church, Lakewood United Methodist Church, for about 40 years. And as everybody here knows, the number of homeless has just continued to grow, and it's a problem, it's an issue rather that I'm so glad that the city of Lakewood is addressing. And I'm proud to live in a city that is taking on this issue, and the Navigation Center appears to be very well thought out, and I think they've put a lot into the plan. It looks like it's going to make a huge difference, and I wholeheartedly support it, and I encourage you all to as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Tom Thatcher. Good evening, Mr. Thatcher.
Good evening, all. My name's Tom Thatcher. I work for a company called Royce Industries, and we're located right across the street from the Navigation Center at 1450 Allison Street. Excuse me. When it was the recovery center, we had multiple problems of encampments in our parking lot, bonfires, trash, drug paraphernalia, so on and so forth. Since the navigation center has come in, it has diminished to almost nothing. During the days when I get to work in the mornings, there is some garbage out. Not every day, not like it was. It used to be I would fill a trash bag full. Now, there's some pieces. There used to be quite a bit of drug paraphernalia out, i.e. syringes. I jokingly said we must have a lot of diabetic squirrels who are insulin dependent. I shouldn't make light of it, but sometimes that's the best way we can cope with things. This week I have found 2 syringes, not what it used to be by any means. The only concern I have about the center is not necessarily the residents. I've met with everybody over at the center. They are taking very good care of everybody. The only thing that I'm concerned about is the guest friends, if you will, who come by, who see them. There was a time when we had a little bit of people just waiting out front for their friends to come out of the program. That has diminished. I have talked to the people over there, and that was pretty much put to a halt. As far as my company, Royce Industries, is concerned, we do welcome the center. We see it doing good. Our only concern is if we could help with those who are not still, trying to word this correctly, those who are not participating in the program but have friends who are. The Rainbow Play Center, or excuse me, Rainbow Play Systems company just to our south, they seem to be having more congregation and more trash out front. That's my only concern. I would like to thank the Lakewood Police Department. Whenever we have had to call them, they have gotten there as quickly as they can and taking care of whatever issues have arisen that we need them there for. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Thatcher, I do have a few questions for
Yes,
you.
sir.
So, yeah, I thank you for coming out and expressing these concerns and giving the perspective of an immediately adjacent neighbor. And it sounds like you have an open line of communication with the staff at the Navigation Center, which I am very happy to hear. So you highlighted, like, basically your main concerns, like kind of the friends of the guests at the Navigation Center, you suspect are the main source of some of the continuing problems you have with, like, finding drug paraphernalia and trash and so forth. In addition to anything that the Navigation Center has done in response to you talking to them, what else do you think could be done to improve the situation from your perspective?
I wish I had a good answer.
Sure.
I understand there is no place to put their garbage. I understand that. And when I say garbage, I mean takeout food containers, drink containers, once in a while an empty bottle of booze, but that's not a big deal. There is no place for them to put it. I have talked to my company about it. We really do not want to be managing the garbage, okay? Even though we don't want to put garbage bins out there.
Sure.
That may be something that we could look at in the future. I don't know if the city of Lakewood would be willing to do that or not. But I don't blame them. If you don't have a house, you sure as heck don't have some place to put your garbage.
Sure.
And if you're eating, you're on the street, what do you do with it? I can understand that probably the lowest priority in these people's mind is, what do I do with my garbage? Would be in my mind. I've already eaten. Yeah, I don't want to leave it here, but I have no place to put it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Connor, do you have any ideas or reactions to addressing this concern?
First off, I'd like to hear more ideas from the community and generate those. My sense is we do have cleaning contracts that are typically responsive to encampment areas, and maybe there's room to give concept to proactive cleanup of areas beforehand, right, or on a schedule is something that potentially could work practically within that. I think more would need to be done to develop that and create the resources and wherewithal for us to be able to commit that.
Okay. Commissioner Carius.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I stopped by Royce Industries earlier today, chatted with some employees. One thing I noted, you brought up how the business to the south of your facility has experienced a little bit more. Your employee pointed out to me what that location was at. And what I'd noticed, and I wanted to state for the record for the rest of the commission, is that it's located anywhere there's shade or trees nearby. Directly in front of your business, it's, you got the big trucks pulling in, as was explained to me, so you don't have many trees out front. They move slightly to the south because there's trees. There's also, same thing with the trees to the north of Cycle Gear. Having that shade is where they hang out. Everybody likes to hang out because they want to be in the shade. I noticed it as well to the other areas. Typically shaded sections were the most important. Do you agree that that's kind of where the people seem to be congregating, is towards shaded areas mostly?
I can't say necessarily shaded. There is quite a bit of parking on the east side of Allison in front of the Rainbow Play System, excuse me. Mm-hmm. They seem to congregate behind the cars, which I guess would be the shade, but also seems to be somewhat of a hiding spot. They're not on the street, if you will. There is some sort of a barricade that they seem to congregate and hide in. I had never thought about it being the shade, but that very well could be.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll save the rest of the comments to discuss with Connor and the rest of the commission after, but thank you for answering that.
Thank you.
Also, thank you for the air conditioning. It was very hot out today.
Well, like I told the city council and all you're welcome to come by anytime. We'd love to see you, give you a tour of our facility, give you a water, get you out of the heat, if you will.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thatcher.
Thank you for your time.
Ailey Haber.
Hi.
Good evening.
It's Allie Haber.
Allie, my apologies.
That's all right. I am a business owner. I own Colorado Auto Electric. And I just want to say that shelter is necessary, but what's happening here, I don't feel like is going to be able to even put a dent in the demographic that we're seeing with homelessness. I myself am a domestic violence survivor, almost lost my life to it, and at that point in my life, I tried to get into shelters that were only 50 to 20 beds, 50 beds, 100 beds. I never got into one. Most of domestic violence people need immediate housing when it's happening. So, in the middle of the night is usually when DV things happen and bad things happen. So when they get removed from a situation and they have children and they need a place to go, I feel like they need an immediate response to that. And I don't feel like that this is the right place to accommodate that. I don't think there's enough parking, first of all. There's definitely not enough parking to accommodate the staff and the people that are going to be going in. I think that helping people is a great thing, but I don't feel like it's the right location. Location-wise, Lakewood has a huge homeless problem. It has a huge drug demographic issue. But in order to help people, I feel like getting them away from the things that are harming them would be better. So I feel like having a shelter in a different location away from Lakewood would be more proactive than when they open the door, they go right back out to it. Along with that, I have noticed a whole bunch of problems with theft. I've been assaulted, I've been robbed in the middle of the day just from the area that I'm in and the things that I'm dealing with. I feel like things need to be changed and away from Lakewood. We need to like put them in a better area where they're not so easily to go back and deal with the same things over and over again. You know, I have cars that get stolen off my lot. I have customer vehicles that get broken into, and I can't do anything about it. You know, I can't, it's bad for everybody. Shelters are great and they're necessary, but I don't feel like this is going to accommodate the volume of what needs to be dealt with. I think that we need to, you know, find something that we can accommodate more people and then get more into mental health, rehab, and sober living more than just, you know, I understand that this is the first step for it, but there's too much of a demand for 100 beds. We need something bigger and in a different location.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for sharing your very personal stories in your testimony. I do have a question. You said you own Colorado Auto Electric. Where is that related exactly in precise?
So it's off Colfax and Zephyr, 7800 West Colfax.
Okay, so that's just a few blocks away from here.
Correct.
Yeah. Have you noticed any difference in just your day-to-day observations around your business, you know, along Colfax in the last few months since the former Recovery Works model switched to the current VOA Navigation Center model?
I have noticed that there's, I mean, last year we had tents all up and down Zephyr, and you know the crime was really bad. I couldn't keep them out of the parking lot. I couldn't keep them out of the cars, and so I do see that there's been a benefit of not having that. But I mean, I still have problems with people breaking into cars. You know, I can't catch all of them stealing cars. Somebody tried to get into my RV and try to steal it, and luckily the battery was dead. They weren't able to get out of it, but it cost me, you know, $800 to put that thing back together.
Sure.
And so the crime, you're a product of who you hang out with and your surroundings. And so if we can get the people who are hanging out with the people that are doing the drugs, that need the help, that want the help, away from the situation, I feel like that would be necessary. I mean, I just don't think that Lakewood is the right place for it.
All right. Thank you for that constructive suggestion. Commissioners, are there any questions for Ms. Haber? Thank you for coming out and for your testimony and your time.
Thank you.
John McDade.
Good evening, Commissioners. I have a question before I start. With Recovery Works, we had a Harley dealer across the street. I own Conservation Construction in the building at 8101, so it's less than 300 feet away. How did Recovery Works get the use change to become a support center for the homeless? They don't seem related at all to me.
Is that a question that you'd be able to answer, Mr. Connor?
Yes, sir. Thanks, John. I want to be clear that Recovery Works is a nonprofit agency that previously ran the center and was a tenant of the center, but vacated their lease and stopped operations at that center when it went under renovation, so when we were doing the renovation. During that time, City of Lakewood offered a competitive procurement for the new operator and tenant of that space, and Recovery Works is no longer the operator of that program. Through that competitive process, Volunteers of America Colorado is the new tenant and operator of the space, not Recovery Works.
That actually isn't my question.
Yeah.
My question is, how did Recovery Works get a change of use with, as far as, I've talked to other business owners, and they didn't know about any forum, any meetings, any notices that we were going to get homeless shelters across the street from our businesses. So was there a change? Can I open up on my building that I own 16,000 square feet, open up a support center for the homeless without any use of change permit? Because that's what it appears to me that Recovery Works did.
All right. Mr. Connor, do you have further
I think
information there?
The difference here is tonight we're requesting.
No, I know what the difference is tonight. I'm asking to go back in time.
All right.
Yeah, I understand. There is a difference, though. Recovery Works did not operate shelter overnight.
I know they didn't operate overnight. Okay, when we bought our building, it was McBurney Furniture Store. Then it was a Scandinavian furniture store. We sell windows, siding, and doors. The realtor's like, you can't have a business that's not very similar without a change of use. The planning committee should know that. They do, they would. Well, how can you go from a Harley dealer to a support center for the homeless, whether it's overnight or only till 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
So my understanding, based on the information that is provided to the commissioners in the packet for this meeting, is that there is an application now for a special use permit for the shelter because it contains the overnight accommodation use. And that is currently operating and has been for a few months because it was granted a temporary 120-day temporary use permit, which is a separate process. So that was granted, and now we're doing this special use permit. So that's what I know of the process of how we got here. I think Mr. Connor may have known more, but I don't think he got to finish what he meant to say.
Okay, you understand that doesn't answer my question. My question is, when recovery work started operating,
all right,
so it completely changed the amount of homeless on Colfax to where my girls would come out of the office and there'd be a guy standing there with his pants to his knees. There were hypodermic needles all over. I was scared for my employees that they might get stuck when they're cleaning it up. Now, I am actually in support of having this overnight. I asked my general manager if it was better. I looked around myself, and it appears to be you have a better system where there aren't shopping carts 12 feet high with stuff all over the street. So, but my question again goes, how did Recovery Works get a change of use without having any public meetings?
And Commissioner Buckley, I'm willing to address that. I'd like to interject at this time.
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr.
Price.
McDade's, I've got him on pause, so we're 2 minutes and 25 seconds into his testimony. So if we're going to have this discussion, it should either occur after he gives his testimony,
sure,
where we have commissioner questions, or we can bring him back up at another point. So do you want me to start the clock or answer us? What direction would you like to give me?
Mr. Rice, would you try to answer his question? And yeah, start there.
Right. So the direct response to your question, yes, if another operator that wanted to offer those daytime services wanted to occupy your building, they could. It's office use under the zoning ordinance. So the answer is yes. Another facility similar to Recovery Works could move into your location. I need to check the zoning. If you're the MG district that's up there, the answer would be yes.
We're 300 feet away. So
I'll check it real quick.
All right, and
you don't need to check. I'm not planning on doing that.
All right,
So-
and Commissioner Karias had a question. Commissioner Karias?
So are we done with testimony from Mr. McDade, and then we're going into questions?
All right.
Do you have anything else for testimony?
Sure.
Do you? Okay, so I'm
All
going to
right,
start
go
the
ahead and
clock,
finish your testimony then. Yes,
and
please.
then you'll see the timer there.
Okay. Right now, it appears to be better on our street with the change where the people are coming in and they have housing. We used to have people camping behind our building. We used to have people, they would go and plug in their phones just to charge in any outdoor thing. We had a shelter for the business where you walked outside and you wouldn't be rained on the back where the warehouse is. We had to tear it down because they would be camping in it all night. The ladies that work for me aren't as afraid as they used to be. If you went back last year, people were coming in and shooting dope and smoking crack in our bathroom in the winter. You'd have to hire a police officer full-time to guard the place. So as far as I give to the STEP program in Denver, and also the Action Center, where they're trying to help people up. I would like to see this shelter become a drug-free, dry, and I think Commissioner O'Neill asked that question. You know, I at one time had a drinking problem and a drug problem and was homeless in my teens and early 20s. I cleaned up, don't do any of those anymore, haven't for 47 years. But if I had a place to go where I could drink and do drugs whenever I wanted, I don't know if I would have cleaned up. I had to hit bottom. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. That'll be the end of your public comments. I appreciate those. Commissioner Carius.
I just wanted to make sure, did you understand Director Rice's explanation of why the previous facility was able to maintain those services?
Yeah, so we can open up the same services ourselves, as long as we're in the same zone that they were.
Sounds good. Thank you. That's why I just wanted to check. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Dindy Fuller.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Dindy Fuller. I have 35 years of experience in social work and 6 years experience working for Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. I just want to say what I have heard from Mr. Connor has definitely made me ask you to please consider giving the Navigation Center this rezone. This is a plan that is systemic, and it will make a difference. Yes, everyone has to do more for homelessness, but this is an excellent start, and I hope you take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve McKinney.
Hi. I've heard a lot of testimony here, people that are homeless or been homeless, all kinds of problems. But I don't understand, if it's such a good facility, such a good thing, why, when Mr. Connor was at the last meeting, why was it hidden from all the residents? Why was it hidden from the businesses? Why were we not notified, not 2 days before the meeting, that there was going to be a meeting about this? If it's such a good idea, why has it been hidden? Why weren't the residents all around notified? Why didn't this become a Lakewood-driven program if it's such a good thing? If every one of you took some of these homeless people to your home and let them live with you for a while and let them, unfortunately, crap on your doorstep. You might not like that. My office now has Narcan in it for drugs. There was trash in my parking lot I didn't want to pick up. I don't mind picking up trash. I've worked hard all my life. But I don't want to pick it up because I don't know what's on it. You're saying that you're going to run a good operation, and you very well may. I've got nothing against you. You seem to be a nice guy. But the problem is you're not dealing with nice guys necessarily. These ladies seem to be very nice people. But you just sat here and told me all the people that are messed up in the head and drug addicts and this and that. And we're going to go get them from other parts of the county? Lakewood needs to take on that burden like it has a bunch of money to pay for this? We're sending out, y'all call them navigators, I call them headhunters. You have headhunters to go get people to come to work for you. Y'all are taking headhunters to go find homeless people in other cities where they should be helping everybody, because you want to help everybody. Why? Why are we taking the burden of all the other cities, headhunting, bringing them to Lakewood, and I've never really understood how they're going to be helped. I don't get the step from they come in here drugs, drunk, beat up, whatever. I haven't heard how we're going to help them. California's been dealing with this forever. I don't know if you watched the news recently. They haven't helped a lot of people. They've allowed them to be bigger drug addicts. And for Mr. Connors to tell me it's going to be a damp center, do you know what damp center is? Do any of you know what damp center is? You asked a question about dry. A damp center is they can get high in the parking lot, they can get drunk in the parking lot, and they can go in there and go sleep. Why would we allow that if we're trying to help them get straight?
All right, and your time has expired. Please conclude your remarks. You do have two questions. First from Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned that you didn't receive notification. Are you referring to the neighborhood meeting that took place on April 28th, or are you referring to a different meeting like this one?
I believe that meeting was on the 28th, was it? Yeah, we got 2 days' notice.
Okay, and
That's how long.
And are you part of the Eber Neighborhood Association, the West Colfax Community Association, or the Morris Park Alley, which are part of the groups that were notified? Are you?
I'm at 8101 West Colfax Conservation Construction, right across the street.
The one
from
across the
center.
street from the facility.
Same one Mr. McDade was. Same one some people in the audience were laughing at and making fun of this man who has helped more people than you can imagine get sober. That was irritating.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood your proximity to the property and
right across the street.
And also to understand if you were notified 2 days before, what was the notification that you received?
We received a notification by, I believe it was a letter in the mail that came to us about 2 or 3 days before the meeting. And it was only mailed to a half-a-mile residence within the building and 300 feet to businesses in the building. And if it's so good, why?
Thank you so much for helping clarify. Chair, I yield my time.
All right, Commissioner Carius.
My question was answered in his previous statement. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, or no, sorry, I'm having difficulty reading this. Micah Schomper? Michael Shatmeyer, probably. Yeah. My apologies for bungling your name, sir.
No, I write terribly, so I don't blame you. So, hi, my name is Mike. I'm the operations manager at Navigation Center and U.S. Army veteran. Obviously, you guys know where my vote's going to go, right? But I've been the operations manager for the past about month, and it's been an absolute honor. I really just fell in love with Lakewood and the population. I'm excited to come to work every day, and despite what maybe some people might think, there has been a lot of progress. We have helped people, and I just want to say that the same commitment I made to this country is the same commitment I make to the Navigation Center, and that I'm going to do my best to help the population. So that's it.
All right, thank you, sir. So you say your role is you are employed and you work at the Navigation Center as its operations manager?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. You've heard some of your immediate neighbors along Colfax who own or work at businesses very nearby you. You've heard some of their concerns tonight. Are you willing to continue to engage in dialogue with them going forward, and in your role as an operations manager, seek solutions to some of the operational issues that are affecting their properties that they've been expressing about?
Yes, I will. I'm going to give them my personal number as soon as I'm done here, and then speak with them and try to come to a solution.
All right. Thank you. And it's good to know you're here. Perhaps someone will have questions for you later, but none of the commissioners do right now. Thank you for coming out.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Andrea Gelfaso? Or, yeah.
You got my name better than his.
Well, I try my best.
You did a great job. So I wrote it down because I'm old. But I'm so proud to be a resident of Lakewood. I've been a proud resident of Lakewood for 30 years. And like everyone in this room, I'm concerned by the growing population of people who are holding up signs asking for money and living in parks, their carts piled high with their belongings. We need to do better by our neighbors. Last week, I was walking in Stonehouse Park, and I talked to a woman in her 30s with a cart, and I offered her money. And she said, no, give it to somebody who needs it more than me. So I talked to her for a minute, tell me why you're here. She's been out on the street for 2 years. She's got friends who've been on the street for 10. And I asked if she wanted help. And she quietly melted away. But I was curious, what can I do more than hand somebody money? What can I do? What can we as a community do better? And then I called the Navigation Center, and wow, was I relieved that there's a group of people who know how to deal with these issues, who know how to provide a safe and stable environment to help move people out of homelessness. This last winter, on a bitterly cold night, it was snowing, and as my husband and I drove on Old Kipling, stretched out in the snow was a man in a bright blue sleeping bag. The bag was thin. It was one of those sleeping bags that you use to go camping in the summer. And the temperature was in the 30s. The snow continued to fall, and the temperature would fall below freezing that night. That man had stretched out his thin blue sleeping bag on top of the snow against a fence for a housing development. It was One Bear Creek next to Fox Haven, along Old Kipling Road near Morrison. Behind him, the lights of the housing developments glowed. I checked the value of those houses just over the fence from that man in the thin blue sleeping bag, $600,000, $700,000, up to $900,000. Imagine a man freezing to death in the glow of the light just over the fence from those houses. I don't know if that young woman would accept help. I know that that man in the thin blue sleeping bag, lying on the snow, wanted someone to see him, so he didn't freeze to death in the glow of lights from $700,000 houses. The Navigation Center provides a safe, stable environment that's the stability people need to move forward into the lives we all deserve.
All right, and your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions? No questions from the commissioners. All right, thank you, ma'am. Herbert Baker.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Thank y'all guys for letting me be here. I want to start off by telling you guys I'm a resident at the VOA. It's hard for me, but I lost my mom, and I relapsed after 15 years. And I have a home. I have a place up in Montana. I had my wife come down to be with me at the shelter to be my support team, to help me get through these hard times. I didn't have the coping mechanisms to get through, being a loss. I was adopted. I don't have no family here. So having the shelter is a blessing. Miss Krista and Mr. Mike has been like my mom and my dad, and they've helped me go from not having no hope to having something that I'm thankful for, that I have every day when I get up and I wake up and I try to do what I'm actually fixing to be starting back to college, getting my bachelor's of science personally. So, like, that program is for people that wants it, not for the people that need it. If they want to get themselves better, that is the right place to go. And sorry about the businesses. I go out there and I personally go out there and clean them myself because I don't like that out there. And y'all don't deserve that. But I'm willing to do whatever I can to have my space and have a roof over my head until I can be the provider for my family like I once was. So I appreciate everything that y'all has done for me in the city of Lakewood.
All right. Mr. Baker, thank you for making it here tonight and sharing your heartfelt experience.
Absolutely.
We definitely appreciate it. Best of luck to you. Any questions, commissioners? No. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
Amanda Powley. Good evening.
My name is Amanda. I am the wife of Herbert. I also stay at the VOA. I would like to say that the shelter offers hope. It's like a community inside of there. We take care of one another. We have the resources. We have our case managers. They get us on the right track. Yeah, there's some people that may be a little bit off the track, but that's why we're all there together to help one another. We have a parking lot that is rarely used. Not everybody that goes there, I want to say I, for one, am not a piece of trash. I wasn't using drugs, not in trouble with the law. Homeless happened. Crap happens to people in life. Not everybody that is a drug addict, has mental illness, or was in trouble in the law is a bad person. I just want to point that out. This place offers hope, and I really feel like if you guys take that away and put these people on the street, because some people, they're disabled. They're in a wheelchair. They're on the street. They're losing hope. They're going to get depressed. They're going to fall back into drug addiction. What good is that going to do? That's not going to do anybody any good. So please, please, please keep this shelter open because it does help a lot of people. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you too for coming out. Ben Pickett. It didn't show. Sorry. It didn't show.
Yes, hello. Nice to meet everybody. How you doing?
Very well.
Good. It's just hard to, like, it is so complicated, but I'm, like, proud to be here. Like, I really, like, everybody here, like, I couldn't do it without you. I really like this place to be turned on. Like, I mean, there's a lot of hardships and a lot of downfalls, but you got to go through the bleeding out of you got to get the people, off the drugs. And as soon as they're off the drugs, they're back into wanting to get, housing with friends and family. Because once you get the drugs out of the way, man, it's back to family, I promise you. It's just turning them, I don't know, showing them like a better life without the drugs or pulling them into like a different kind of a category of not necessarily like putting them in a wrong category, like bringing them out of the category that if they're struggling, don't keep them struggling until they're diminished, because that's obviously what we can't do. We need to build like how we used to do it in California. I don't want to be, but that's how we did it, man. We took people from the streets and we brought them up out. Brought them through whatever church that they wanted. We gave them, whoever wanted church or whoever wanted marriage or whoever wanted to stick together. We put them in the category of prospering. We didn't put them in a to where they kept doing drugs or I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I was programmed to be a lifeguard. I got my CPR's license and I've always used it. Now I do have a bartending's license. I don't know. That's difficult. But I do have that, and I just wanted to say I've been through a lot of different colleges, and I've loved every one of them. Don't get me wrong; like I love them. I had a good time and all. I actually went through probably 10 colleges altogether, and I really And that's going through a lot of, but it's also a lot of preparation and serving, you know. It is hard, like you said, his mom died. Like, I have a feeling like my mom might pass away, but I don't, you know, I keep a good, you know, humble, you know. I just like this place and I hope it gets better. It can only get better from here, you know, it can't get worse. I'm just saying the more education that these people, these babies have, the more that they will want to be with each other instead of want to harm each other, you know, so. We got to get the connection of, some people like segregation too, so yeah, it's all in who and what you do. Like I gave in, you know, as soon as I got into Colorado, like I wasn't even coming here. I was going to Texas and going to work for my uncle, but that's what I was gonna do. But for some reason my mom wanted me here, and so yeah, I just gave up and just basically I'm working, you know, I'm working on, you know, another job, something, I don't know. But I do love this place. It is really awesome. Like I've had a good time here, and I hope that it just gets better. And I want everybody just to think positive. You know, when it's that low time, get up. So,
all right.
Just proud of this place, and I want to say thanks to everybody who brought it forth.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you coming out for your testimony. It appears that Commissioner Carius has a question for you.
All right, good to see you again. We just, in fairness to the rest of the commissioners, we spoke earlier when I was out walking around the street, and it was good to hear some insights into the facility and what was going on. One of the things we talked about was that, if I remember correctly, you and your friend were sitting on the only bench along the entire street. Really, there's not really any other seating or anything nearby. Is there anything else nearby that you're able to get to, or does it
Well,
a
it's
walk to
basically,
get
you know,
there?
first come, first serve. So, you know, that's just, I don't, being from the streets, and, you know, it is who comes first, who pays the bills is the one who, you know, runs the show. So it depends, you know, it's just, we do need a lot of like I like how it is, but we need something kind of like not necessarily a rec center like built there, but, you know, in a way we need like patios or furniture kind of like built there. Like I'm possibly, you know, I could be hired as a contractor. Whether I could do it physically, but getting the correct, you know.
So it's kind of the need is potentially for a social space, not directly on the inside of the building, but to the outside, looking over onto Allison Street, where benches and say items such as streetscaping, which would be trees, benches, trash container items, that could all be beneficial to engaging kind of social life while also being a participant in the facility. Is that correct?
I agree. Yes.
That's awesome. Thank you for answering my questions.
Amen.
Thank you for
Man,
coming
I had a
too.
good time, man. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pickett. We have Karen Pellegrin.
I'm okay, though.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Karen Pellegrin. I'm from the Iber neighborhood, and I'm the president of the Iber Neighborhood Association. And let me get my thoughts together here. So first of all, I just want to thank the committee for their work with the community to ensure the effectiveness of the Navigation Center, listening to the community members and their concerns. The Iber Neighborhood Association is very comforted to hear the intentions and proposals that the staff are making to address some of the neighborhood concerns. We are very supportive of this center, but it's a yes and moment. So we want to make sure that this center thrives in a way that, as mentioned by some of the other peoples here, Recovery Works wasn't really working because it didn't have the same level of management. So one of the things we were trying to address is we know that the execution of this plan will be under a certain level of scrutiny. We've heard some of that, with the expectation that loitering, drug activity, lewd behavior, and other community safety and security concerns will all be better managed this time around. So it's important that the city and the VOA take these concerns seriously and establish and or follow through on policy including the Lakewood Police Department support by prioritizing calls from the city, the VOA and the neighbors in the area, including the businesses, if they materialize, and that the city and VOA do everything and any other good neighbor would do. And that kind of gets to the point of, could we have, I know I used to work for the city and county of Denver. They had, and I was also on the Capitol Hill United Neighborhood Association. They have good neighbor agreements. And I was wondering, well, we were wondering, IBER, if we could have some sort of good neighbor agreement to ensure that, I have a quick list here. We have the zero tolerance on drug activity around the site and detached parking lot, prompt response from LPD, enhanced security, which sounds like you've got a lot of that already, but the enhanced security include cameras of the back fence line, detached parking lot, so on and so forth. The removal of trash and graffiti, because I can tell you that we actually have someone here from our board who does a ton of graffiti reporting and cleanup. He does a great job, but we want to make sure that those kind of things with the trash, the needles, we see a lot of things even when Recovery Works was happening where the issues with trash and graffiti and needles would drift over into the neighborhood and on the W line. And I realize that's not all for people who would be in this center, but there's, you can hear from the other people, there's kind of related, you know, like, I know this person who's in their center, I'm gonna go visit them and I'm gonna go do my other things. And a lot of those people may not actually be homeless, but there's an influence there. No loitering policy, or, you know, if there is like it's controlled. So if you have a community space, you have people who are allowed to connect during the day in certain areas, but no evening loitering, you know, no drug use happening on the property. I know that this is a damp site, but I'm a little concerned about that, and I have some other thoughts about that outside of my comments. But the Colfax frontage upkeep, the having bike racks, there's a lot of people who are homeless that are just able to have bikes. And the other thing, which it was a consideration, was if we looked at the SUP periodically, like every 5 years. I'm not sure how that would work, but just having some sort of mechanism to be able to check in that things are still running smoothly and effectively the way they are seemingly today. So these are some of the concerns that we have, and I will note that some of these issues, as I mentioned, they may already be addressed, or they're being talked about to be addressed. However, I think that written assurance, like a good neighbor agreement, would go a long way in neighbors supporting this fully with this much needed set of community services. Because like I said, the IBER Neighborhood Association, we strongly support this, but with some of those guardrails, with some of those things that just assures that, similar to the Recovery Works, down the road, it's still as effective, it's still addressing some of those concerns that the neighbors have reported to us around safety, graffiti, trash, loitering, those kind of things. So that's it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pellegrin. I do see a question from Commissioner Williams.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. Just a couple quick ones. Do you recall, you are listed, the IBER Neighborhood, IBER Neighborhood Association is listed as the groups notified for the April 28th public meeting, neighborhood meeting. I presume you did receive notification of that. Do you recall when that was?
I don't remember when that was. Yeah, it was about a week or two before, and I wasn't able to go to that, but I believe Paul and Diane from, they were there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My next question here is, do you feel, and I recognize that you can't speak for all of your neighbors, right?
Sure.
But do you feel there would be an appetite from the neighborhood and from the people you represent to have more trash facilities along that stretch of road nearby and or additional public facilities such as benches or other public use spaces?
I would definitely say that, even from my own opinion, and a lot of people I've talked to would like that. There's a catch to that too, though. And this goes back to that kind of good neighbor thing. Will it be managed and maintained? So
Yeah.
just having the trash cans doesn't do it on its own.
Yeah, I understand.
Having it managed, absolutely. And I would love that. I think our neighbors would love that just for themselves too. So yeah, as long as it was managed and maintained, I feel like the neighbors would definitely, a strong majority of them would support that.
Yeah.
It's all around that management.
Yeah, I appreciate that and recognize that simply putting a trash can somewhere does not mean that
Right. It's like just
creates a
because you put the
solution.
apple there doesn't mean
And of
someone's gonna
course,
eat it.
from the perspective of this body, we don't have the authority to be creating trash management services for the municipality, et cetera. But I appreciate that thought. Just one more really quick one. I know we have a lot of people on the agenda. Have you noticed in your neighborhood, many business owners have shared they've noticed a shift since the Navigation Center has opened from the prior tenant? Have you also noticed that shift? Have you noticed less trash, that sort of thing?
I will also say, though, one of the things that I think it was mentioned by, some of it has just shifted,
Mhm.
but it also has reduced. So it's a little bit of both. It's a
Okay.
yes and.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, and we have another question for you from Commissioner Holman.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Hi.
Getting used to names, sorry.
No worries. Yeah, I had a question on the good neighbor agreements. How are those formed and how are they maintained? And then how did you resolve issues between them? And were they legal?
They
in
were
Capitol?
legal.
Okay.
They were supported by Denver and the Denver City Council in partnership. So Denver has those registered neighborhood organizations. So it was between a registered neighborhood organization, the city and county of Denver, and the business that they were engaging with. And so they would have discussions. The city acted more as a mediator. And so they would draft an actual written document that it was signed off and agreed on. It was filed with the city. And then if issues happened where they needed to mediate or escalate the issue, they would escalate it to the city through the 311, and then it would go in the right direction. I worked for the city for 10 years, so I'm actually really familiar with it. But yeah, that's how it worked. And so they would be renewed yearly there. And it was really the responsibility to maintain the relationship. It was the responsibility of the neighborhood association to just kind of maintain the agreement in terms of the relationship. And if there were any changes or any issues, they would be brought to the business and brought to the city if it needed to be escalated.
Awesome. Thank you. That's fascinating.
Yeah, it's really great. I highly recommend looking into it.
All right, and Commissioner Molinar has questions for you as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A follow-up question to what you were just sharing. You said, and if people don't stick to the agreement, it would be escalated. What does the escalation look like? What kind of penalties are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't think they've ever escalated it that I know of to like the extreme level, but there were levels built in. So it could go to mediation if it was still not agreed or resolved. It could even, I think it could even go to fines. And then there was a extreme level, and that was, it could threaten the business's permit, like business permit. I don't remember it ever happening that way, but I just remember that there were like escalation points. They really focused on mediation and resolving the issue. And I think the thing that was implemented sometimes was the fines. And that was usually pretty successful because, you know, businesses, they can't afford that usually. So, yeah.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pellegrin. No more questions.
Thank you.
Zane
Mr.
Jordan
Chair,
is next
could I
up.
motion for a recess for 10 minutes? It's been 2 hours of sitting.
That is a valid motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to recess for 10 minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. We'll recess for 10 minutes. streaming. All right, and we're back from our 10-minute break. I call this meeting back into order at 9:16 p.m. Mr. Gordon is next on our list to speak. Good evening.
Thank you for having me. Zane Gordon again. Homeless shelters concentrate the unhoused. It's a function of what they do. I have volunteered and donated to the Denver Rescue Mission for more than 20 years. They have many beds at their Lawrence Street facility. Hopefully you have visited that facility. They have a lot of beds there, but there's always people loitering about. They have for many, many blocks. This facility has 100 beds and 265 unhoused. What are the other 165 unhoused going to do? Now, maybe not all of them are going to be loitering about this facility, but they got to do something while they're waiting on the list to get a bed. Now, the Denver Rescue Mission does God's work, and maybe this facility will as well. But there are no businesses within 2 to 3 blocks of the Lawrence Street facility. It is a business desert. What do we think is going to happen here? I strongly urge this committee to oppose this special use permit and to vote it down. I cannot tell you how many times I've had to chase people away from my commercial property that I have that's within a block. I've had to chase people away from defecating in and around my dumpster. I've picked up needles. I've had to install mag locks on my entry doors so my tenants aren't harassed. So I don't have to sanitize my drinking fountains because they've been pissed in. I don't have to replace toilets that people have sponge bathed and then put who knows what down. By the way, I can replace a toilet in less than an hour if you need one done. I've gotten pretty good at it. Now, the housed don't do these things. The unhoused do. Now, not everyone, of course not. Some percentage do. But it's enough to cause problems. Not for the city of Lakewood. Oh no, it causes problems for me and for my clients and my tenants. So every single one of my clients, every single one of my tenants that has received one of these notices has urged me to stand here and speak to you today. I represent about 32 different small businesses within those buildings, as well as there's some residential. I have 3 apartments. So I urge you to please vote this down and consider the businesses. Do not create a business desert in this area. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We have a question for you from Commissioner Carius and then Commissioner Williams.
I just wanted to clarify the location of your business just so we can be viewing it properly.
Absolutely. So the former municipal buildings for the city of Lakewood, 1455 Ammons and 1457 Ammons, as well as 8100 West Colfax, aka the Lakewood Grill.
I'm just going to follow up, Mr. Chair. Is that okay? I stopped into Lakewood Grill earlier today, spoke with some of the bartenders, both your afternoon staff and your evening staff. Both said there were some problems with the bathrooms, but largely said there wasn't many issues overall with people bugging customers. There may have been some sort of trouble in regards to people deflating tires outside the grill, but couldn't pinpoint it directly to nearby neighbors or uses. Is there a ton of influence you're seeing? Because from the staff, I hadn't heard a ton of very negative.
Luckily, I've got a gentleman that resides above the grill that will escort those girls to their cars at 3 a.m. So I don't know about that necessarily, what your conversation was, but the owner of the grill, too, she's requested that I speak to you about this and to urge you to vote this down. So the owner's asking for that. I'm asking for it. Also, the Lakewood Grill has been in that building for, since the 60s. Only in the last year did they put locks on their bathrooms. why not for the last 80 years?
Great. Thank you.
All right, and Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'm curious, were you able to attend the neighborhood meeting on April 28th?
I was not. I did not receive the notice until afterwards, and I had several tenants actually email me, or I should say message me. They texted me a picture of the notice, and they did not pick up their mail on time, and it was like 2 days after, whenever I picked up mine. So
Okay,
we
well-
didn't receive it in a timely manner either.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, and thank you for being here today to share your perspective. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Any others, commissioners? I'm seeing none. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you for
out
your
and
time.
sharing your perspective. Yeah, thank you for yours. Maddie Nichols.
My name is Maddie Nichols. I think I know some of you. I have lived in Ward 2 since 1965. And I'm here to sort of reiterate what a lot of other people said. A lot of effort and resources has already gone into the Navigation Center. And I think that should be taken into consideration in terms of the city of Lakewood with their support. I would be remiss if I didn't speak of trash. I'm sort of a trash person for the city. And I have learned a lot picking up trash, not only about our unhoused neighbors, which they don't have a place to put their trash, which one of the things that I do is I take trash bags to the unhoused when they're on the streets. But the other thing is I've had help from them. So, you know, a lot of unhoused people really do want to help. And if given the opportunity, they will. And I think we need to make those opportunities for them. You've heard about basic needs. It's hard to have change in your life if you don't have your basic needs met. And it's very important for people to have a place to go to the bathroom, to have a shower, to wash their clothes. And you've heard a lot of stories tonight, a lot of stories that are very meaningful. Everybody in this room, and whoever's left, has a story. And we need to listen to those stories. Some of our stories have positive outcomes, and some of those stories don't, whether you're housed or unhoused. And I feel that the Navigation Center is a way to help people have more positive outcomes. If you continue to have negative outcomes in your life, you don't have the energy or the hope to make things change. And I think the Navigation Center will help do this. And this is a community effort. This isn't just the city of Lakewood, the Volunteers of America, the other communities that are working through this, the Jefferson County. There is no other shelter in Jefferson County, which is one of the biggest, most populous counties. So I'm hoping this is a model for other things to happen. And I would highly recommend that you as the Planning Commission grant this special use permit for our Navigation Center. This is not theirs or ours. This is a community service that will help not only the unhoused, but it'll help us as a community around it if people have hope and can move on. And I encourage everybody in this room to reach out and do things that help everybody. So that's my little lecture for the evening.
All right, well, thank you for your time, Ms. Nichols. And seeing no,
Does anybody have any questions?
I'm seeing no questions. Margie Robinson. Margie Robinson, are you still in the building? Going once, twice. All right, we'll skip over Margie Robinson. Don Wood.
Hello, I'm Don Wood, live in Ward 3, right across the street in Belmar. Thank you for having me here. My wife and I, lived in Jefferson County for 30 years. We are proud owners of a home over here across the street for 6 years. Love it here, love the community, it's wonderful. Go to our ward meetings and where we had presentations before about what's going on. We have been involved constantly with our church, St. John's Episcopal Cathedral, for over 30 years, and we've supported the St. Francis Center, which has been an outreach day use center for 40 years, started by the Episcopal Diocese. In that time, we've learned a lot about homeless, what happens. And in fact, we were so moved with our cathedral is that on our property, we put on a tower of 50 units for 50 individuals to come off the street. And the average stay that we pulled those people off was over 20 years that they had been on the streets, and we got them off the street. So we are very committed about housing. And that it's wonderful that we're hearing about this intake center because it's a first area for which you can then place the people in the proper services that they need. Now, I agree with the lady who's not here anymore about if there's not enough. Yeah, we could use 4 times. We could use a 400-bed services. There are, 1,200 units that we need right now in Jefferson County? We don't have them, but this is a start. And if you don't start now, what's your plan B? What are you going to do? You don't have one. You can't say, we don't want them here, because guess what? They'll just move somewhere else. We're avid bike riders. We ride the W line all the time. And it's like in the last 2 months, it's been cleaned up amazingly. And so those people it is working. I can visibly see it working. So we would highly encourage you to approve this resolution, whatever, and that's about it. A side note, I worked for the city of Denver also at one point for a budget and management office, and they have a special unit when they're talking about Denver has those community organizations. I was the president of a 350 unit community in Lakewood. And it's not the same between Denver and community. So be careful about those agreements.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Williams, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Chair. I just was wondering, thank you so much for being here and for sharing your comments with us. I'm curious if you know, with the facility that you referenced that has been serving the community for a long time, how you all have been able to approach this issue around trash, community relations, paraphernalia in the area.
Yeah, it's called the St. Francis Center. It's downtown Lawrence and whatever. Anyway, it all, and especially our apartments that we have, it all centers around professional management. You have to have professional staff in-house managing it. So that's how you control all the aspects, meaning people coming to visit your clients or whomever, or trash, or traffic, or parking. If you have the professional staff there, that's how it's managed.
Chair, may I have a follow-up?
Yes, you may.
I just want to really want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
The facility you're referencing
Yes.
has professional staff on site that manage trash directly adjacent to the facility. Does that include properties adjacent to that facility?
No, primarily it's the facility and anything around the facility. Okay?
Has that facility experienced these similar issues of trash being in neighboring
No,
areas?
because Denver's a little bit more unique because they have the dumpsters. And
Okay.
so people, if they have trash, they'll just throw them in the dumpsters, you know. So, I mean, sorry, I was just thinking when I was hearing other people said, one of the easy solutions, just put some dumpsters out there and have those, you know, taken in by the city. I know where the facility is, there's some parks nearby, you could have that, you could solve that very quickly.
Yeah.
That's not a big issue.
Absolutely. I appreciate that very much. It's helpful to think about how other facilities manage that. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I'm seeing no other questions.
Thank you.
So again, thank you for your time, Mr. Wood. We have a David Rothenberger.
Hi there, I'm David Rothenberger. I live in Ward 1, about 3/4 of a mile away from the Navigation Center. So on that, the main thing is with the planning, it would have been nice for the city of Lakewood when they first started construction, because we were still under the what's now the current zoning, that they should have approached the planning board at that time in order to start the process to have an overnight shelter when they first was planning this. That's kind of where the crux of the problem actually is. Then when they passed the new zoning, they kind of wrote it in there that they could have overnight shelters. That was repealed, so now we're back at this process right now. Personally, I think it's a good idea to have the shelter, but I want to make sure there's no other shelters around there. I like to see a moratorium for the city of Lakewood to own a shelter for a 2-mile radius of that shelter. One, to spread it out, and because we already had Arvada and I think Wheat Ridge voted down having shelters because they didn't want the issues. So it's more or less, we don't want another shelter because Lakewood has just got another big piece of property right there in our neighborhood, in the Iberhood neighborhood at the with the Action Center, because that's been there for 40 years. They're moving out, and the city of Lakewood has purchased that property. So it's more or less what's going to happen with that property. We don't want to see it. We don't want to necessarily see a congregation of all the shelter services, because right now I can go along the bike trail, as somebody was saying, you know, I'm the graffiti guy. There's 200 pieces of graffiti on Lakewood City property that they're supposed to be managing. They haven't managed it for over a year. I've still got pieces out there pre-pandemic, and I have reported them, and I get notes back saying we aren't going to deal with it. I've had to go through drug users from the recovery works at Zephyr and the bike trail, 35 people on numerous occasions, all doing dope. You know, they're doing fentanyl, meth, and a little marijuana. I've seen it all up and down the bike trail the entire time. I've got over 300 accounts of, I've just been keeping track of all the homeless camps. I've got over 300 requests for it. I mean, today, there were 4 different camps along the bike trail, with one camp 50 feet away from the entrance of the Navigation Center that was there this morning and that had been there the night before. So it's the combination, and I would really like to see the city of Lakewood come back with a neighborhood in 5 years and tell us what is going right with the center and what is going wrong with the center, because that's what we really need to look at. It's, if we want to keep it going, we've got to know what's right and what is wrong with the center, because we just see so much of this problems going on. Because, I mean, they're going to review it with the VOA on a yearly basis. The city, we should be able to do that on a monthly basis, or, you know, every 5 years or so with the city and everybody else, because the last meeting was such a disaster at the other meeting. It was just a yelling fest is what it really turned out to be. It wasn't a planning, because nobody was talking about planning. It was what's going wrong in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Thank you for your time, Mr. Rothenberger. All right, this is the last person on the list for tonight, Amy DeNicker. All right. Ms. DeNicker, welcome back to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Amy DeNicker. I'm with Metro West Housing Solutions, which is the City of Lakewood's housing authority. I'm here to enthusiastically ask that you do support and approve the special use permit for the overnight shelter use. This request clearly meets, as Mr. Connor outlined for us earlier, the standards to get the SUP. In addition to those standards, which I will come back to, I'd like to point out that the current zoning, there are very few zoning, of these zone districts that actually allow overnight shelter with an SUP, which to me would indicate that there is some visioning and planning in the zoning ordinance, and with the zoning ordinance that has identified this as somewhat of an appropriate location for this use, first of all, more so than many other parts of the city. I also just want to commend the city for stepping up to not push this problem out to other parts of the community and to bring a solution. We've all asked for a solution to the outrageous homelessness that we've all seen over the last 10 years. So I would ask that if we're asking for a solution and they're bringing a solution, we should support and try and help and bring the community together to help support that. Sorry, I just logged out here. I also want to just say that they not only stepped up, but they also had the vision and the fortitude and expertise to obtain millions of dollars in order to build the facility, procured a nationally recognized expert in planning architecture for the facility, creating a dignified, trauma-informed space for individuals to safely heal and improve their lives. And I guess I ask, if not now, then when and where would this be a better place to put this? Back to the standards and for approval, this concept and land use aligns with the city's comprehensive plan, the city's strategic housing plan, and if I may, as the city's housing authority, although we don't have an approved strategic plan, the concept of this also aligns with our strategic plan that shares the same goals as expanding of housing affordability, stabilization, and housing investments. At Metro West, we are the next logical step for all of these folks that are getting help and healing. We have over 16 different affordable housing communities for seniors and families. We also have on-site supports. That's the next logical step, and we are very proud to be in the city of Lakewood and proud to partner with the city to help be that next step for folks that are living in this wonderful new resource.
All right. Thank you. I'm seeing no questions. Thanks for coming out. I have gotten to the end of the list of people who signed up to speak when you all were entering the door earlier this evening. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak but did not have an opportunity to sign up? I see Ms. Lenore Herskovitz in the back here. Come on down, Ms. Herskovitz.
Lenore Herskovitz, Ward 1, and I was waiting to see if anybody else would bring it up first, but they have not. Regarding special use permit, first of all, I'm in favor of the Navigation Center, and I hope that you will give them the permit. However, I think there needs to be some guidelines. I have never known a permit to be granted after a facility is already operational. You keep asking when someone was notified. By the time the neighborhood meeting occurred, the Navigation Center had already been operating for over a month. What would have gone a long way, and I hope at some point, I don't know if the Planning Commission addresses this or City Council, that in the future, we do this early on. For years, they knew they needed a special use permit. It could have been obtained earlier. You would have had a neighborhood meeting earlier. So the neighborhood would have been able to give you the input that you got tonight. They could have gotten before, and it could have been an improved and even better Navigation Center. So my whole thing is the timing of this. honestly, it is shocking to me that all of these things we're obtaining after this facility is up and running already. I think it is a great facility. I think it will be a great service to the community, but I think there would have been a lot less divisiveness. It would have been even better if we'd approached it earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herskowitz. And you have a question from Commissioner Karias.
Hi, I just wanted to check and make sure I understood. And Mr. Rice, feel free to chime in. I believe there's some confusion as to the timeline on this. Was a special use permit necessary prior to the introduction of the new contracted services provided by VOA? Or was that an allowable use already within the zone?
Well, let's see.
It would have been an allowable use within if the new zoning had passed.
It would have been an allowable use with the new zoning. The shelter piece is what we're reviewing tonight. If VOA was offering day services, it would have been a permitted use.
Yeah, so I think one thing that I'm noticing is the confusion about the day use versus the overnight use. The special use permit is specifically for the overnight use. We had a previous.
I understand that, but years ago, there
was a shelter that was day use, correct?
There is shelter, and I do believe that even at times Recovery Works did have people who stayed overnight. It was not long term, but they did. But they had known.
Sorry, what was that, Mr. Rice?
The overnight was for cold weather.
Cold weather only. So those are temporary, not a standard use, not something.
Correct.
Okay, so those weren't. So that's why we're ending up in this difference where the special use permit is not aligning. So there wasn't.
Mr. Rice, we did have a conversation after the Navigation Center meeting. He had even said in December they had considered. They knew certainly before the facility opened. They requested the temporary special use permit 1 week before the Navigation Center opened. I've never known them to request a temporary special use permit before. So this was, again, it could have been addressed sooner. And it would have been, I think the community was really, it was a done deal. I mean, what are they going to say? The facility is already set up. That is not a good way to collaborate with your community, to do it after it's in existence. And I'm in favor of this. I think it's a good facility. I was at the Navigation Center. And no, I don't live in the area, but I learned about it and I attended the meeting. So.
All right. Are there any more questions for Ms. Herskowitz? Thank you for coming out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak who was not able to sign up? All right, I'm not seeing anybody. This is your last call. It's your last chance. I'm going to close public comment at this time. And I'm going to note, as well as the public comment we heard tonight, there were, as of about 10 minutes before this meeting, when I checked, 160 comments on Lakewood Speaks. A pattern that was kind of matched in the contents of those comments with what we heard tonight. Largely supportive comments, but definitely some concerns from some corners as well. At this point, we can open this up to commission discussion and questions. I'm sure many commissioners have questions for staff. And remember, in addition to Mr. Rice and Ms. Pafford here from Planning and Mr. Connor, the applicant for the city, we also have Lakewood police agents here. So let's dive into it. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I've been sort of taking notes throughout public comment and just have some questions for staff, and I'm unsure, if they're best directed at council or at Mr. Rice or at our representative from the Sheriff's Department. Perhaps the first thing that might be helpful to clarify here would be if someone could help us better understand the timeline of the permitting. I understand that there was a temporary use permit provided for the facility so that they could begin providing overnight service, and that lasts, I believe, for 120 days, and then that's why we're having a special use. I think it would be helpful for us and for members of the public to maybe get a bit of a timeline from how we went from, the the previous operator to the current one, and how sort of the timeline has worked.
Right, and I can walk you through generally timeframes. I don't have exact dates and so forth. Before I address that, though, the last comment you heard about process and timing and so forth, right? The city made a conscious choice to move forward with a process, and that's kind of the process we went to, and I'll outline that for you. So the city, the existing facility closed. The facility, or the city, got involved in opening the existing facility, I think in 2024. We started going through that process, funding sources, et cetera, et cetera. We're into 25, working through that. The comp plan process, the zoning process. So at the end of 2025, a decision was made not to apply for entitlements at that time. We were looking at zoning. This would have been a permitted use on the proposed zoning that was not approved that was this year, 2026. And again, the zoning timeframe was much condensed as well. We had initially looked at comprehensive plan and zoning amendments going before public bodies in early second quarter of 2025. That got drawn out. It went through the end of the year. We had the referendum. Again, kind of questioning, do we take the SUP at this point in time? We waited till the special election, and that's why we're here. And again, knowing that if the commission doesn't approve this, they'll have to change their operations. They either close the facility completely, which I don't think that will happen, or we're not doing overnight stays. And yes, because of the date of the special election and going through the permit review and so forth, I did issue a short-term temporary use permit, which essentially gives us 120 days to get before the Planning Commission. Which is typical what we can do with a special use permit for kind of a private developer. We can get them through that time frame, so that's why we're here. Did that give you enough detail?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rice. And Mr. Chair, I have a follow-up on that.
Go ahead with your follow-up.
Can you give us, and I apologize if I missed this, it doesn't have to be the exact date, but like a rough window, like when did we approve the temporary permit? How far into that 120 days are we? And then my second part of that is, if this body does not, is this body's decision tonight the final step in allowing overnight use to continue at the facility?
I'll answer the last question. Yes. So the decision, if there is a decision made this evening, you're the final step in the process. I could pull it up if you want an exact. I was March 3rd. Somebody said that I was going to say the 1st or the 3rd of March. So I believe it expires. It's either July 1st or July 3rd. So if based on the neighborhood meeting, I was anticipating a lot of public comment. If you don't make a decision, we have another meeting that everybody was available for that we could possibly go to as well. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rice. And yeah, I do have a follow-up question, maybe for Mr. Connor or for Mr. Rice. According to the information in the packet that's provided online, I believe the city was closing on this property, to purchase it for this use in 2023. Is that right?
This would have been 2024 to close, but it
2024.
started operating under Recovery Works, who was a tenant to the previous owner in 2023.
Okay, so Recovery Works was operating since 2023. We've heard quite clearly tonight, Recovery Works had a very different operation. They did not have an overnight shelter. That's why they didn't need a special use permit. Was there an intent from the beginning of Recovery Works operations of their facility at this site in 2023 to transition to an overnight shelter, or did that intention come along later?
Recovery Works provided a kind of visionary position to the project, but we always knew that an investment of this scale and scope in terms of who ultimately operates under contract and is a lease tenant of the facility, we always knew that that was going to be a full competitive process, and that's what we did provide, and the prevailing applicant was not Recovery Works.
Understood. But I guess it was the vision of the city going back some time that there would be an overnight shelter use here one day, a desire to apply for that use. Okay, and so, yeah, for clarity then, I do have to ask, if this was known about in 2023, in 2024, why did you're the applicant, why did you not apply for the special use permit in 2024? We began the zoning code update, which would have made this a use by right and not needed the special use permit. The first draft of that zoning ordinance was in early 2025. So at any time in 2024, we wouldn't have been certain that such a thing was coming. It does seem logical to me that a special use permit application should have been done then. Why was it not, if this was a use that was intended to happen?
Short answer on that, in part, was my start date with Lakewood was June of 2024. So I came in a little bit later into that process to build the Housing and Thriving Communities division, which was also new. I think at that point we were already pursuing the funds through the state and the partnership with Department of Local Affairs and underway on that. But it seemed far from contemplation for the convening of the neighborhood meeting at the time, and I was still getting oriented to the position in the city and connections.
So okay, so you started into the process somewhat in 2024. I guess that still doesn't exactly answer why you or someone at the city didn't apply for the permit then. Like, if this use was contemplated, why kick the can down the road? I think, a typical private sector developer asking us for a special use permit probably does it as early as they possibly can, because they don't want the risk of investing a lot of time and especially money into a process that might be a dead end if they don't get the special use permit.
Understood. And again, I think, in terms of the sequence of standing up the department and doing the project management for this particular project, it was delayed. It wasn't front and center on my workflow at that time.
Okay.
So,
go ahead, Mr. Rice.
You mentioned a private applicant as well. A special use permit approval, if the commission were to issue an SUP, is valid for 2 years from the date you do it. So let's see, we're the 26th, so the 28th of June, no, I'm confused. I can't read a calendar. On June 3rd, 2028, this will expire if it wasn't operating, right? So there's a time limit. Applicants are leery of that too, and they will move forward into the entitlement process and expend fees. Chris mentioned he started in 2024. If we would have gotten the entitlement in 23 or 24, we weren't far enough into the process before the permit would expire, and we're back here again. So it was a conscious choice. The other thing that was happening as this was moving forward, the zoning process as well. So that was one of the things that kind of tipped it into the delay, is kind of, if you want to say, the aligning of the planets and so forth. We still didn't know how far we were out on the funding process, and then we tied it into the zoning when that became apparent as well.
Okay, so if I can summarize and restate what you said, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. It was a conscious strategic choice not to apply for the special use permit, say in 2024, because it was believed that it would be likely that the overnight shelter use would begin more than 2 years out from that date. And so it made good sense, with good reasons, to delay the hearing far enough into the future until there was more certainty that the special use of the overnight shelter could actually begin within the 2-year time frame. And by the time you got into that window, like the draft zoning code that said that this was a use by right without the special use permit hearing was on the table and known about, and so then you all decided to continue delaying it because potentially it wouldn't be needed if the new zoning code had been adopted. Is that a fair summary of the timeline of decision making?
Correct. And your summary, I think, is probably more clear than me rambling on there for a minute. But yes, thank you.
Well, I'm glad I got something clear tonight. Yeah, that is a helpful timeline. We have other questions. I believe it was Commissioner Molinar first, and then Commissioner Carius.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a question for Mr. Connor. There were some concerns raised about that this effort is not a big enough effort, that it won't make a dent. There was also concerns about other cities and what they're doing and not doing. How does this kind of operation align with House Bill 261202 that was just approved?
I need a little bit more familiarity with the bill.
The strategy to reduce and prevent homelessness in the state.
In the state. I don't know that I could well articulate the perfect alignment to that particular bill. What I would respond to the concerns is there is an incredible need for homelessness response statewide and in many cities. I don't think Lakewood is alone on that. I don't think Jeffco is alone on that either. In the sense of the scope and scale of this particular program, the primary interest I have in that is right sizing to what can be done to situate a program within this neighborhood as well as within the limitations of the facility itself. It wouldn't be appropriate to host a 200-bed facility or 200-bed program within this facility, right? So the other pieces, I certainly, from what I recall of the comments, I certainly do agree that additional need is present for immediate emergency level response to not only people who are victims of domestic violence, but also people who are not yet enrolled in the program. And work does not stop to that end, particularly through cold weather strategies of the city of Lakewood. For domestic violence in particular, this facility would be appropriate to receiving single adults who are fleeing domestic violence, but if families appeared, the priority is going to get them into four walls and a closed door of their own for people who are coming along with children. It would not be appropriate as a congregate environment for family scenarios of domestic violence. And apologies for not being able to articulate the resonance to the bill.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I have a follow-up question for that before we get to Commissioner Carius's question. Did you say at the presentation at the outset of this evening, I think it was when you were summarizing homelessness in Jefferson County generally for the point-in-time count, you mentioned about 15% of people experiencing homelessness are also experience domestic violence associated with that. But that's not to say that this particular shelter is primarily oriented to them, to that particular subset of the population for the reasons you just laid out, correct? It's this shelter is not well equipped for handling the specific needs of individuals who have been experiencing domestic violence, and so they're not going to be there. Is that right?
I think what we try to do, the lead factor is the lack of a safe and accommodating place to stay in the immediate sense, right? I think we want to design a program that understands pathways both into and out of homelessness are as diverse as the people who are experiencing it, who are coming to the door. That's not to say that tailored services may be referred to programs beyond the Navigation Center that the Navigation Center isn't particularly equipped to handle. And that was part of the decision-making around partnering with Volunteers of America, who provides a continuum of services for women with co-occurring mental health issues, for senior women, partnering with domestic violence response organizations. But we want to be able to be a door that's open for people to arrive to connect to that appropriate tailored care. So it may be that, somebody may arrive to the Navigation VOA Navigation Center has domestic violence affiliated with their situation. We may not learn that until they have a trusted relationship with the case manager that they want to disclose that to. From there, VOA Colorado could partner with the LPD, with victim advocates. They could partner with Porchlight in Lakewood. And that's kind of the vision for how this works, is we will receive people and attach them to the continuum of care that's tailored for their needs.
Okay. Yeah, so you are doing something to help this segment of the population.
Yes.
But it's by referring them to another facility for like their sheltering and someone managing their case and working with their needs to get them into their own independent, supportive, like independent housing. Okay, so that's clear. Yeah, so just to put a really fine point on this, we did have a gentle lady who was speaking earlier this evening who opined that this was not an appropriate place for victims of domestic violence to be living. It appears that they will in fact not be living here for all the reasons you've gone over. Is that right?
I can't say that and commit that, right? My experience working in homelessness response over, some 20 years now, this isn't the first program that I've stood up. I've been a street outreach worker. The program needs to be prepared to understand that 15% of people experiencing homelessness are attributing domestic violence to that situation. There may be a number of other factors, but they need to have that awareness, right?
For sure.
And they may not, again, disclose that. They may not be ready, but you always need to understand that as a part of the environment. So there may very well be guest participants of the Navigation Center program who are experiencing domestic violence. So I would not say no to that question.
Okay, but it's not the focus and the emphasis of like the people your navigators are, I guess, seeking out in their criteria of who to admit.
The main guiding criteria is that people are experiencing homelessness and don't have another place to go.
For sure.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Carius.
Let's do this. I want to get into the planning of it also. Director Rice, I may bug you a few times. And I just want to restate for the record, not for the commission, but for the public, there are 5 standards that we evaluate this proposal by. 1, the proposed special use is consistent with the applicable supplemental standards, of which there are none, so it applies. 2, the special use is consistent with applicable dimensional and developmental standards set forth in Article 5 of the zoning ordinance. As the recommendation has stated, it meets it and everything matches. So I don't have any quarrel with that. Number 3, this one I find a little bit more interesting, so I want to talk about it a little bit. Proposed special use is consistent with applicable design standards set forth in Articles 6 and 7 of the zoning. I think it's slightly outside the scope because of the second line in that statement. Any future, or I should say the explanation of it, any future exterior improvements to the building will need to comply with applicable design standards in Article 7 associated with mixed-use commercial land uses. But there are no improvements being made at this time to the exterior uses of the building. Everything's interior. This is the Planning Commission. I don't care what goes on the inside of the building. We care about what's on the outside. So one thing I wanted to ask about, number 1, the design standards that this would have to apply to. When I took a look, there was, I assume, an SDP approved for the Phase 1 development. I would love, number 1, just to ask a few questions about the Phase 1 SDP, even though I've literally never seen it and I haven't pulled it up, but I just walked around the building and I see a few things I have little questions about. And then number two, Mr. Connor, I believe there's a phase two, as you explained a little bit coming up, that is mostly interior, again, potentially some exterior. And from there, I just want to kind of hint at a variety of notes that maybe the city could work from. Number one, for the phase one, Mr. Rice, as one of the requirements for Article 7 is that the screening of the utilities along the front end of the building, I don't know, are those plants expected to grow in any significant degree? Because in my opinion, the screening really failed. And this is me, I want to emphasize holding the city accountable for the design choices that they emphasize. This is not me advocating against the homeless facility. I don't know. They watered the plants that were put there by the city, not the other way around. So I just want to talk about some of these details.
You're talking about the landscape areas on the front of the building?
No, so this would be the landscape areas on the southeast end of the building where
Okay.
there's the new ADA ramp accessibility.
Okay. Did we put landscaping in there? Okay. Okay. Bria actually did that review, so I'm having that conversation in real time. So yes, typically the screening requirements doesn't mean that you cannot actually see whatever the facility is. It's kind of to mitigate. So in theory, the plants should grow bigger. I haven't been out there in a while since the landscaping was installed, so I don't know what that actually looks like. But what you see, Chris, it's all alive and still there, was what we approved as part of the permit review.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think one thing maybe to note is I think the choice of tree planting closest to the utility versus maybe a medium-sized shrub, which may have done a better coverage because the tree is currently growing above the utility. It'll probably be nice in 10 years, and it'd be really pretty for everybody to have some shade that I emphasized in previous testimony that a lot of these members want to see and enjoying in nearby areas. They don't have access to shade in that immediate area. But the tree is now growing past the utility and the plantings. So essentially you have utility and there's nothing else blocking in between. I'll go back myself in 2 months and see how it grows, but I think that's one concern I have, detail in regards to complying with the zoning, Article 7.
Right. Bria just reminded me of this as well, and I may turn it over to Mr. Connor. Is the landscaping out there above and beyond what was required with the permit? Because I don't recall that the permit actually had.
I believe it was, in the sense that it was the lean into trauma-informed design.
So I'm going to respond and then turn that over to Chris. Also, screening could be distance, right? So I do recall having a conversation with Bria as part of the permit review, that Bria had a conversation with Chris that he actually had to move the utility. He couldn't locate the utility along the street where he had initially proposed it. So it had to go back into the site. There wasn't any landscaping required because the movement of the utility within the boundaries of the permit addressed that concern. So the landscaping that you actually see on site, I think, as Chris worked with the contractor to kind of soften it up, because most everything out there is hardscape. And so unless you have another question on that, I'll turn that over to Chris.
I think that's agreed. I don't think the intention of that landscape was to provide the screening to the gas and the water meters that are existing on that corner of the building. I think it was intended to be something different, but it wasn't meant to be the solution to occlude the site of the utility connections there.
So, I mean, I'll just note that for the record. I think screening generally means to me screening of utilities, and that it's meant to be taken out of view directly from the street in front of you. If I'm standing on the street looking at the utility, the goal is to block that off. From an angle, from a side, from above, from below, you'll probably still be able to see it, but I think we maybe missed a step on that. Then when it comes to trash and looking at the street along the facade on the outside as well, again, looking into this, there does seem to be a lot of trash that builds up. There is no trash cans north, south, east, west, and I walked all four of my cardinal directions. There are no trash cans anywhere. I had to ask a local business to be able to toss out my trash. I was walking with a nice coffee for 3 hours. I think, how can we negotiate? I spoke to the maintenance director from VOA, and you know, as of right now, they're responsible for probably maintaining the watering. What is the city willing to take responsibility for versus what would be placed on VOA as responsible for? I think trash is one of those items where the fact that there's not a trash can between whatever cross section down there and the Kipling and maybe Wadsworth is concerning for me, that there's really no opportunity, and I walked the whole section, including 14th and further down.
Yeah, I think what we articulate in both the operations contract and the leases, VOA does have a responsibility for maintenance of the footprint of the building, including the right-of-way areas of that space. So they should be cleaning and removing trash from those areas. That also includes the parking lot parcel that is not subject to the request here, but is affiliated with the program as guest parking at 7900 West Colfax. In terms of expanding beyond that, right, in terms of like the property line ends here, would need to be negotiated with VOA or explored as a different commitment from the city. So we maybe need to identify wherewithal and creative solutions to do that. There is potential areas where West Colfax Community Association is interested in working with the VOA on vocational solutions to hire people to do street cleanup and such. And so there could be areas to explore there.
Okay, that'd be great. I think it would be great to explore those. Again, outside of the scope of the planning, I can't determine garbage cans.
And in the immediate, I think we can figure out solutions for garbage receptacles along Allison and out front on Colfax. In the outdoor areas that are behind gate, I believe they have that already.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, do you mind if I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to continue on my last question. Now on to phase 2, the design regarding the interesting, fronts. As required in Article 7, you need to have about 40-foot of facade. You have that interesting facade along that side because it's a pre-existing building, so it's already been designed to that standard along with the front side of the building. What I did see, though, is that the front side facade is kind of, it doesn't actually have the architectural interest, mostly because it's empty rooms, and I understand potentially that's because there's a phase 2 development upcoming. Could you potentially explain what?
The exterior facade?
Yeah, so when I'm walking across the front, I saw essentially a closet and an empty room.
The front being Colfax, not the main.
Yeah.
Okay.
Along Colfax.
Yeah. Recently, we just cleared that space. So if your walk was in the last couple of days, that space previously had been providing storage for mattresses that we had replaced in the program, right? So the reason we replaced them is because the beds that we bought, we needed to refit with the proprietary mattresses to fit into those bed frames. We were reusing mattresses that we had used in cold weather activations in the past. We still wanted to retain those mattresses. We didn't want to get rid of them. They have use of life, so they were being stored. Storage is one of the limitations of this facility. There's not a lot of place to put stuff. So had you been there a week before looking in the windows, you would have seen stacks of mats. The reason it was completely vacant was because we had just moved all those things out. And I've been working with VOA on, do we put shades? We don't want to be a fishbowl of all passerbys looking at all our guests and their activity in the space. We don't want our guests to feel like they're being seen, or do we activate that space in a different way? For phase 2 exterior, there will be scope on renovations to the ramp that's in the 8000 West Colfax address, similar to design and what we already provided into the 1447 address. So we'll be taking out the existing ramp and replacing that, widening some doors. Also on the 8000 Colfax entry, we'll be widening that door, and there's currently a step, and that will be replaced with a ramp as well. So there will be some exterior work there that we can kind of also explore any additional changes that we'd like to see happen there.
Great. I for one would say maybe avoiding the fishbowl effect, but activating the space, activating the street front, and encouraging it to be, something to look at if people do walk by, which some people do walk by. I saw a family walk by. I saw multiple people walk by. I also see the shelter patrons walking by, and I myself walked by. Having activated spaces will not only be beneficial to the businesses nearby, but, that's the whole point of having, these architectural facades. If we're just going to leave them blank windows or we're going to cover them with shades, we've undermined the purpose of that architectural flourish. Number two, so, and this kind of, and I'll wrap it up here hopefully, so I can argue, sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Going in particular, and again, I want to emphasize, I'm only bringing these up because the special use permit is done without considering essentially any of these other things. So I consider all this information pertinent to the long-term use of the facility, but it's because it's excluded and done through the SDP process instead of coming through this, we don't see those simultaneously. And that means that we look at these, in this weird way. And I think that makes it more challenging to make this decision when we aren't looking at the holistic use of the facility and what the city's investment will be in. Especially as the representative for Ward 2 in the Planning Commission, I really think it's important that we see the city continue to invest in this property, in this space, because for Ward 2, this is an investment of the space and time, the neighbors, and living in that space and living in that area means there is more trash. There is more people walking through it. I don't know for everybody living in the neighborhood, I don't have a car, I don't drive. I walk to every single one of those. When you talked about the bike lanes, when you talk about these spaces, I walked every one of those bike lanes. I walk all of those spaces. I take the bus on all of those spaces. I take the train on all of those spaces. So making sure we get continued investment out of the city is kind of the key part for me, and that is really happening through the SDP process more than anything, and not through this special use permit. So my last part is when I originally had my first question, I asked about parking. The parking lot, by all accounts that I've heard tonight, as well as last week, separate from, again, this special use, it's been separated off into its own category, appears to be the problem area of largely going on. At the same time, the parking in front of the building seems to be underutilized. And from what I'm hearing, the individuals who live on the property don't have a space to properly socialize. Again, one bench outside on the street for them to hang out on. That's where I met the individuals. That's where I shook their hand and asked them what their social experience was. My understanding, and again, feel free to correct me, is that it is a separated space and they aren't supposed to be inviting, friends who aren't part of the program into the facility. They aren't allowed to have that. For me as a sociologist, that creates a bit of an issue because we're cutting people off from their social lives. We're cutting people off from their ability to connect with friends, maybe family and others. And that's an important part of anybody's life. They're not going to stay in the facility if they can't go to hang out with their friends. They're not going to go, and where are they going to go? They're going to walk to the nearest place where there's shade, where there's something going on. Maybe they'll go to the park, as some of the public had mentioned. There's a park down the street. There's a coffee shop down the street I went to. But they're going to stay in the nearby facility if we don't provide them those facility on the spot. I did see the bike racks in the back. I think it's great to have some bike racks. But where do you hang out? Where do we get to hang out, and what part of the building? Because again, the streetscape to me, I think, is the vitally missing component. And again, it's not your fault. It's a 1959 building. Is that right? Is that the year from 1959 building? I think it's in the memo. It's old. They didn't do streetscape back then. Can we, as a city, commit to making those improvements to the streetscape?
Yeah, I think you point out, if I were to identify another facility limitation, right, there's not a lot of room to stretch, particularly outdoors. We've done much of what we can independent of touching the parking that's along Allison, much of what we can on the south side to provide outdoor patio spaces, smoking lounge areas. We have a pet relief area, animal relief area out there. But with the scale, it's mismatched to the number of people. Like you won't be able to do up to 100-bed program, and your outdoor space can't accommodate all those people at once very well, so it is a little bit awkward. There is a sense that just as we don't want folks to revert back to encampments and street homelessness, we also don't want folks feeling like they need to remain within the building or on the grounds all the time, right? My sense is, my sense on that is looking for ways to use the existing city assets in the neighborhood and building citizenship and participation with those assets. So whether that's nearby recreation centers in parks and areas, I want people to be not necessarily only going to the outdoor patio that's at 8000 West Colfax, but be able to pro-socially engage throughout the bigger neighborhood as well, right? And so what I envision, like, I had the thought that we have the west track that now connects all the way from Morrison along the Front Range, probably something that a lot of our people have never had the opportunity to see. So can we do navigation experiences that put them on the west line, navigate the west track, let them see a bigger world than just the corner of Allison and Colfax. I do think that also that the pedestrian experience of seeing the site would benefit from seeing a bit more of that landscaped and green space and area out front. I've probably rambled at this point where I'm tracking down the question. My apologies.
Yeah, and I'm also rambling at this point. So I'll wrap up with just a few things. I think it would be, I don't know, it behooves me to say I think it would be beneficial for the city to come back to the city and request a major variance to reduction in the parking on the specific site in order to the creation of the green space, fostering that social space and engagement. I don't find the parking useful. There's plenty of parking on the street in the nearby area, though I would note the one business to the south, I forget their name, Ryson Deliveries. They do have large semis that come in, use the alleyway back into the lot, and that's where they drop off the product. They could benefit from having signage that prevents parking overnight or daytime parking for the business so they can ensure that their shipments get in on time. I think there's a lot of opportunity for the site. I think at the same time, addressing it holistically with the neighbors, with the community, is the key to making it a long-term success. And I think the streetscape, again, this is the city working with the city, so I hope the city will come back to the city with a plan to improve the cityscape for the neighborhood. And I think that's the key. I have a bunch of other things I'm happy to send individually or have communication about, but that to me is what Ward 2 needs. We need the city to continue to invest in this, but not only the building itself, but the surrounding area, the streets around it, making sure our sidewalk connections are improved because it's a city-owned property. And simply put, the 1959 design just doesn't meet our standards for today. And that's it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Carias.
Yeah, I'll wrap up and just say, there's, again, item 4 and 5 of what we approve this on, the special use of the comprehensive plan, this clearly matches, in my opinion. And number 5, the only question is, the proposed special use will not substantially impair the appropriate use of development of adjacent property. I spoke to, a variety of items in the area. It's a mixed bag from individual property owners. Some are positive about it, some are negative about it. And I think this is going to be one where the public decision, there's a majority, we've all seen it in the comments and in the statements, is the majority positive. So I have to say number 5 is those two are the only two where there's actually any question left out of the criteria.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Carias. While you were talking, yes, we have 2 other commissioners. First, Commissioner Williams, and then O'Neill with questions. Commissioner Williams, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate diving into the planning of it all from my fellow commissioner. As, again, a reminder to the public, one of the challenges of being on this commission is that making a decision about a special use permit is not something that you can do because you support there being a shelter or not a shelter, right? We have really specific guidelines that we have to follow. That being said, I also think as members of the community that, as you all are, who have the opportunity to serve on this commission, it is important to be able to get clarity on things for the public that don't always necessarily fall directly within the approval process. And it's to this point that I'm hoping that we can get some clarification. There were several comments made around concerns around loitering. And I was wondering if someone, maybe it's council or a representative from the Sheriff's Department, can you please help us understand and define, how does the city of Lakewood define loitering?
Commander, from an enforcement perspective, would you like to?
And if you don't mind just introducing us with your name so we can grab that too.
Commander, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Commander John Alish. I work for the Lakewood Police Department, which is the entity that serves the city and has been closely working in tandem with the city on this project. As far as loitering goes, there's really no such thing from a city of Lakewood perspective. We had a juvenile nighttime loitering ordinance, and that specifically looked at children who there was an ability to have some more control over. But the general adult person, it has no standards by which they can be considered loitering. The only thing you can do is private property, trespassing ordinances. So if they choose to stand on one of the nearby businesses or residences and they don't have the permission of that group, that's a violation. But to simply be standing on a sidewalk for an indeterminate amount of time, not a violation of the law. So people can congregate as they please. The only thing I'll add, and then any follow-up questions I'm glad to answer, is the one exception that we are committed to is to ensure our residents and visitors and guests and who have disabilities that we abide by the ADA's recommendation of 48 inches of clearance on any sidewalk, so we don't create obstructions. So if someone has a chair or some other aid to them, they're able to pass clearly. So we will, if someone sets up an obstruction on the sidewalk, we'll say, hey, that's not allowed, but the mere standing or presence, they can loiter all day.
Thank you, Commander. I appreciate that clarification. I am relieved to hear that Lakewood doesn't have a policy that sort of criminalizes existing in public infrastructure. Seems important to me, though outside the scope of this special use permit. I'm curious, though, how the department responds to calls from local businesses or from neighbors or residents when they do call in with concerns around perceived loitering, despite the fact that there may not be any sort of legal or practical recourse.
Sure. So I think that's a great question. That's something we deal with frequently, and I'm going to pull up a document now that'll help me a little bit. So what we call that in our world, and if you ever see it in the stats, is unwanted party. So that's when someone calls in and says there's someone who's unwanted, and that could be someone who has overstayed their welcome at a restaurant or has remained in a business. It's not so much a suspicious person, because that would indicate that there's some allegation of criminal conduct or risk to the community, but it's just an unwanted party. What we always do with those is we do go back, I'll say again, directly to whether or not we have a crime that's actually occurring, and the only crimes that may apply are again trespassing, some sort of violation of traffic code. If they're laying in the street blocking traffic, that's a violation. But yeah, so when we respond out, the agents, the police agents will look at it and just say, do I have a criminal violation or not? And then the other thing they try to do, and that's something that I think this community is asking for, is how do we manage quality of life surrounding these? The agents will still try and find a quality of life solution that works for everyone, right? So if they'll sometimes have that conversation with the person involved and say, hey, what can we do to make this better for everyone? But ultimately, it does come down to, if we don't have an ordinance violation, our work is done at that point.
Great. Thank you, Commander. I also, shifting gears a little bit, I was curious, and perhaps this is a question for council or for Mr. Rice. Can you walk us, there were several concerns around the neighborhood notification process. It sounds like maybe some folks were notified late. I've sent a letter or like a card before and have it arrive weeks after it was sent, right? I know there's issues with postal service. I'm curious if, one, you can walk us through what the neighborhood notification process in Lakewood is so that we can all be on the same page, but then also please walk us through the neighborhood notification process as it relates to this special use permit so that we can have a clear understanding of how that process went. And I do appreciate, we do have the neighborhood meeting notes in here, which I reviewed, which is fantastic. And it sounds like we had about 50 people attend, more even than we had a public comment here, but I'd really appreciate some clarification on that.
Okay. And I'll stick with what we have this evening. So for a special use, we do 3 types of notifications. So there's the notice of the hearing is published in our paper of record, which I believe is I haven't read a newspaper in such a long. It's the Denver.
The Denver Post.
Thank you. Your hub. That's what it is. It is Lakewood Speaks, and then we do a mailing. That mailing for the hearing, it's the same as for the neighborhood meeting. It's 300 feet for tenants and owners of property. Residents would be tenants, so if there was an apartment building or someone leasing the space, and then a half mile for neighborhood organizations. So 300 feet and then a half mile. And that goes out 14 days prior to the hearing, and essentially we have a program that generates the list. We use the Jefferson County records. For this, and you're correct. Notice is always kind of an iffy thing. I can't address receiving notice 2 days before the meeting. I knew it was mailed when it was mailed, 14. I believe it was Zane Gordon. He and I actually had a conversation. I sent him the notice list, so all his tenants, and he did as well. And he what he said was, I didn't receive notice. He actually did, and he admitted to that. He didn't find his notice until it was too late for him to commit to the meeting, because he and I had a conversation prior to the neighborhood meeting about attending, and he let me know that he wasn't going to be there. So notice was sent out. I don't know how long the post office takes. In fact, there were 133 notices mailed for this meeting, or for the neighborhood meeting. I added another 20 based on attendance at the neighborhood meeting. So those people that signed the sign-in sheets, I automatically, or me, all staff, we add their names to that notice list as well. So the notification was now 153 for this meeting.
Great, thank you. It occurs to me that perhaps some of the businesses that have expressed concern about not receiving notice may actually be outside that 300-foot radius,
possibly,
which could be could account for some of that. And I appreciate you walking us through that, so that we're all on the same page there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad that the city is committed to maintaining our process in terms of neighborhood notification.
Commissioner, if I may also
Yeah.
add, the Sustainability and Community Development Department also posted the property itself, and then there's a requirement in the code that the applicant provide at least one sign for each street frontage. So for the businesses that were across the street or to the east or to the south, there would have been a very large sign that has specific parameters that would have been up on the property, and that has to be posted, I believe, 14 days prior to the public hearing as well, so 2 weeks before the hearing.
Thank you. That was going to be my follow-up there, so I appreciate that. The last piece I have on this is also in relation to trash management of the process. I agree with all the things that my colleague shared about, public space, green space, all of those things. I just want to clarify, currently there is no trash can accessible to somebody on the sidewalk in front of the navigation center. Is that correct?
I understand the concern, and I think that may well be the case, and something that we can easily resolve. If there's a trash can, it's probably immediately at the entry at the doorway and not as accessible for that stretch, that long stretch of the building. I think that's something that we can work through.
Thank you. And I recognize that, putting a trash can there does not necessarily preclude trash from accumulating across the street on an adjacent property or something like that. And I also recognize the challenge around navigating multiple property owners and municipal funding for trash management, and we could go on and on this, and we don't need to do that tonight. What I would offer is, because again, it is the city and the city talking to the city. So if there is a way for us as a community to put our heads together on this, and this is something that probably applies beyond just this particular property, right, with the navigation center. I don't want to pick on the navigation center here. I would presume there are many levers that we can pull within municipal government, whether that is, we've seen things like business improvement districts or special zones that can provide the kind of funding and infrastructure necessary to do that. And I think someone mentioned the West Colfax Association. I would love for us as a city to find a way to address that, not just for the navigation center, but really for this whole stretch of Colfax that deserves that kind of investment and support and public infrastructure. So while that is not a requirement of our special use permit here today, I do think that it's important to enter into the record sort of this conversation that we've had as a community, because I know that those kinds of facilities and that kind of infrastructure can greatly improve quality of life, as the commander so rightly said. I think, Chair, that is all that I had. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. I'm just going to remind everyone in the chambers to please try to avoid whispering amongst yourselves and crosstalk while others are speaking. The designated person who has the floor is the one who has the floor. Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions. One is for the commander. Well, anyone on staff, but I think probably the commander can answer this question. Are there plans for the CAT outreach officers or team to expand hours? Is there funding for that?
At this time, there's not specific funding to expand their hours. They generally work alongside their navigators because the services are available during the day.
Yeah.
And that's when they're most effective. So at this time, we generally have coverage Monday through Friday, and then one officer on Saturday as well for a shift to provide that coverage.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Connor, are there conversations happening? I know there was a lot of concern, perhaps, or some concern brought up this evening regarding, again, this not making a dent. It's only 100 beds. It's not a great location. Move them somewhere else. Are you having conversations with other navigation teams in other municipalities nearby that are finding more creative ways maybe to look at also opening facilities like this?
Yes, but not by way of the other navigation teams themselves. They're operational. They have their focus to engage people on outreach on the street. The good news around that, though, is there seems to be political will around identifying another navigation center that would not be within the city of Lakewood, right? I think other communities are establishing consensus that they do want to see another option available. Additionally, we are exploring the intergovernmental agreement in the meantime about our navigation center on how other communities can put gas in the tank on the operations contract for that. So is there an opportunity to negotiate pooled funding for the navigation center? That has not yet been negotiated to an agreement, but there is political will there.
That's great to hear. I appreciate all of the information this evening. It's a great presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. I have some questions myself, starting probably with the police commander. I apologize, Commander. What was your last name?
Alish, A-L-E-S-C-H.
Commander Alish. Thank you. I want to call you by your name and not just your job title. Commander Alish, can you talk about like the crime trends around this property? during the period when it was operating as the Recovery Works model as a day use only, and any changes in reported crime, arrests, or incidents since the use has transitioned under the current temporary permit to the VOA overnight shelter.
Yeah, so I can speak to that for sure, and I think that's a compelling part of this. And what I'll start with is what we heard from the community tonight surrounding it's better than it had been is borne out in our statistics too. So it's a supportive element that we should consider. To kind of get an idea on this, I had our crime analyst run calls for service. So a call for service is anytime someone calls 911 or the non-emergency number to report something to the police department. Not all of these calls did we respond on. Some, they're informational only. So like if you call in a reckless driver, we'll air it out to the officers, but if no one's in the area and it's doing 70 miles an hour down 6th, we don't send someone to look for someone not in the city anymore. So that's just an example. In this case, though, we did not look at officer-initiated activity because there's little value to that for this discussion. So when we looked at it, we looked at 2024, April of 2024, when Recovery Works was in existence. We looked at April of 2026 comparatively when this program was in existence. And as a control, we looked at April of 2023 before anything was in existence at the site, or maybe when the Harley was dealership was winding down. I'm not sure what was actually, but it was not in the use by Recovery Works in that role. In 2023, within a quarter-mile radius of 8,000 West Colfax, there were 154 calls for service. In 2024, when Recovery Works was in operation, there were 302 calls for service, or almost double. And then in 2026, there were only 162 calls for service. So that's while the navigation center has been in operation, which returns us almost, we're only over 2023 levels by 8 calls total. So I think that helps to echo the sentiment that you heard from people saying it's definitely better than it was.
Well, that's certainly great to hear. A very positive development, and I think I'll point out too, it directly relates to our approval criteria, right? The 5th criteria we must evaluate and base our vote upon this evening is whether or not the proposed special use substantially impairs the appropriate use or development of adjacent property. And so, the fact that, maybe crime has gone down close to its pre-existing levels, and, these kind of stats, I imagine there's always kind of some random noise. So 8 calls in a month of a difference, that's not as significant as like nearly double, like from 154 to 302, nearly double when Recovery Works was there. It kind of points to this idea that actually maybe the previous use, which was a use by right, was more odious and noxious to the neighbors than the special use permit is, this is getting beyond an issue for tonight, but it is curious that maybe we're here for the special use permit. I guess planning and zoning theoretical logic of having a special use permit is that you put that requirement on your land uses that have the highest potential to be disruptive and a nuisance to neighbors around you. But here, we're hearing a case, should we transition to this special use where we have this strange situation of having some data because of the temporary permit, but the data seems to bear out that actually the use by right was more noxious in terms of crime statistics than what would continue permanently as a special use has been to date. And so I would suggest to the commission that if we get a chance to look at our special use permit criteria in the future, maybe there are some other uses that need to be wrapped into the special use permit, like the daytime kind of facility, like Recovery Works was. I don't know, incidentally, that could, if any future things happen in the city, I've heard some comments tonight that we don't want another one near here. I've heard some comments we want other communities to be doing this, but, again, for any, potential future project, it strikes me at least as a good idea to be looking at our criteria to see if we add a special use for something more like the Recovery Works. that is a little bit of a tangent and on, thoughts that we should all keep in mind for the future. Getting back to these criteria, though, I did have more questions about some of the nuisance complaints we heard tonight, probably best directed to Mr. Connor. A lot of the neighboring businesses, of course, we talked about trash. We talked about drug use and people finding needles and syringes and so forth. Can you elaborate more on, I guess, the damp policy as you've described it for this shelter, which like what exactly that means? And it does mean that people do have to work off some sort of substance abuses. So. Yeah, start with how do you define precisely what your damp policy is and what that means for people who have been referred into the program?
Thank you. That is a little bit of inside baseball language, right? The simple description to that is it's a question on, is the program designed to be a sober program, or is it designed to be one that accommodates people who have active use, or is it designed to be a program where people can use on site? So if we were running a program similar to Step 13, which there's room for all of these programs, but we're running a program, maybe you're breathalyzed at the door, you need to be stone sober to participate in that program, that's referred to as a dry program. If we were running a program where people could come in, they could sit on their bed, they could open a Coors Light, they could drink it right there and nobody's going to bat an eye, that is a wet program. What damp is that spectrum that's in the middle. The VOA Navigation Center operates in that realm because we want to be able to serve people who have active substance use disorders. And what that looks like is the boundary and the expectation is that you cannot use on-site. And on-site for us means both within the facility and the immediate neighborhood. Like you can't go across the street to use, right? That's going to be problematic for your participation in the program. At the same time, if you arrive at the door and it's very clear that you have substances in your system, that's not going to disqualify you from the program. We give a lot of discretion to the operator to make decisions in that circumstance, and kind of roughly what they're going to govern for is they're going to govern for behaviors, right? If you're coming and you're under the influence of something and that's disrupting the comfort and safety of the hive, of the guests, that's going to be problematic. And they're also going to govern for what might be a medical emergency where somebody needs to be taken to detox, right? If their level of intoxication is at that level. But what's not going to happen is somebody arrives to the door, maybe the staff does smell alcohol on their breath, but they're functionally have substances in their issue, they can stay and they can remain in the program.
All right. So you can be intoxicated or have a substance in your system when you arrive. You cannot use it on site. You cannot use it, you said, in the surrounding neighborhood or area. That gets a little fuzzy. How do you define the surrounding area? How, can I take the bus 3 miles down Colfax and then drink and come back?
So I think how a program would respond to that, like we have staff on site at the building, right? We have relationships with the immediate community, right? The staff have relationships with the participants. If they're hearing complaints from, I'll say Tom at Royce, where he's affiliating substance use, active substance use at the end of the block where he is, and he comes to VOA, he has a relationship with Krista or Mike. He's like, your people, this guy is like, he was using on my property, right? If we can make that straight line, then that's going to be responded to, right? Mm-hmm. If that's helpful.
And what does responded to mean? What is the response?
My sense is that puts their participation in the program at risk, right? So the same rules that would apply for using at your bed within the facility are going to apply if there's veracity that you're using in the immediate neighbors. We want to be good neighbors. abide by that. For our policy at VOA too, it bears mentioning that you can't possess on narcotics on site either, right? If narcotics are identified within the building, they're going to be disposed of.
Okay. And yeah, your distinction with narcotics brings up another great question. Exactly what substances are we talking about with policies? I presume alcohol, legal drugs like tobacco or marijuana, are they encompassed in the policy?
People smoke tobacco outside.
Okay.
But the tobacco is not within that policy, but marijuana, alcohol, and illegal drugs
are within the policy.
Yeah.
Okay, but no tobacco usage inside, outside on the back patio you alluded to earlier.
No alcohol in the back patio.
But yeah,
Not a wet site.
but cigarettes there could be.
Yeah, you can smoke cigarettes.
Okay. It's good to hear from the neighbors that, under the VOA operations model that, the complaint of finding syringes or needles, drug paraphernalia on surrounding properties has decreased. It would be obviously most ideal if it decreased to zero, which it sounds like it's just decreased a lot, not all the way down. What other practical steps do you think are within your power to get it down to nothing, which is the number we want to see, right? No nuisance. Is that possible? Do you have ideas of what you can work with the businesses to try to achieve to get closer to that goal?
I believe in working with people to find recovery for their use. I do not believe that people will stop use for a dry program, right? I also believe that within the program that we have and the 100 people that we have their impact on the neighborhood. We also have an urban corridor that's facing Colfax and runs to a block off Colfax. We have a lot of substance use within the neighborhood that occurs both within people's homes and outside of people's homes among people who are not enrolled in the navigation center and potentially are not experiencing homelessness, right? Most substance use disorder occurs among people who are housed, right?
Naturally, most people are housed.
Naturally, most people are housed. I think I'm also optimistic about the reporting that we have, but also understand we're 3 months in to this new model, right? It's going to give some thought. Mostly, it's working with our neighbors to understand what they're seeing and experiencing, and if they are finding paraphernalia on their private properties, that we are knowing about that, because the staff aren't going to be able to see that in the same way that private property owners are. But my job, Housing and Thriving Communities, has a thriving community side to that too, where much like trash and Commissioner Williams stated, this is a need not just for the immediate blocks of 8,000 West Colfax, but it's probably a need for the stretch of the Colfax corridor and moving east as well, along Colfax. So my approach to take that is if we're going to tackle open air use and drug paraphernalia syringes found in our communities, let's tackle it as open air use and paraphernalia found in communities without necessarily drawing that straight line to it's the navigation center and their 100 people, if that's helpful.
No, absolutely. Commander Alesha, you raised your hand. You may have a comment to add.
Yeah, just to add to what Chris is saying. So I think there's a couple of positive points here to consider. One is there's the open air drug use itself is a problem that is recognized within the region, especially along that Colfax corridor. And if you follow our social media or anything, we committed as a PD recently to renew our efforts surrounding that element, because the problem with open air drug use is although we believe in the importance of allowing people to find programs that will help them find recovery, what that looks like for them, and we need that. We also know that public drug use can have a major effect on the surrounding neighborhoods, on the businesses, on the parks, on people's ability to use their parks and public spaces freely. So I think to Chris's point, if we take it and say that's more of a policing issue, right, at the end of the day for the entire neighborhood, I think the benefit for the NAV Center is we have a very good relationship between our CAT team and the NAV Center and Housing and Thriving Communities. And so they are able to both advocate for those who are experiencing homelessness and help be that referral point, but they're also able to advocate for the community and the surrounding and say, as a public servant, my job is to balance for everyone, right? And so I have to balance the needs of those experiencing homelessness with the needs of the surrounding community. I can't allow a park nearby to devolve to the point that it can't be used by a mother and her 2 children to the benefit of someone who wants to use. And so I think that's the nice thing about this relationship. We actually helped design some of the safety protocols for VOA surrounding this. And there's some innovative ideas we're still exploring. Like one thing we've talked about is an amnesty box, right? Where it's like, okay, that would be run by the VOA. So it's like if you show up and you have something, instead of squirreling it away in the neighborhood or, trying to hide it on your person, throw it in the box and it just disappears and no one cares. And that's okay. Right? Like that's because we have to find that balance. So I think to your question, we'll never reach zero, unfortunately, especially within the climate we're in. We live in a connected reality along Colfax. It's connected by Denver. It's connected by, and we're a big city ourselves. But the key is, I think, especially with the data here, what it shows is that good ownership and management by VOA and good program design by the city goes a long way to reduce that impact.
All right. Excellent. Commissioner Williams.
I appreciate all of that very much. The information about drug use in the area. I just feel the need to raise that, open air drug use is the minority of drug use, right? Like people who use drugs come in all different kinds of shapes, sizes, and tax brackets, right? Impact of open air drug use on communities is obviously significant. It seems to me that if we can, and of course we're not going to get to zero, and of course our goal is to get people into recovery, but I feel that as a community we need to recognize, to quote, Lisa Rayville from the Harm Reduction Action Center, right? Like the first step, or the most important requirement to getting into recovery is to remain alive, right? And so making sure that we have partners with the NAV Center, at the police department, with businesses nearby, and making sure that we are setting up these kinds of community-oriented ways to notify, hey, there's someone in my parking lot, doing open air use. Being able to have those kinds of open lines of communication feels really important to me. Again, not necessarily key for this special use permit, but from a community standpoint, I'm feeling like we're very close to having something that works, and I'm hopeful that all of the parties here today can continue to address that and move it forward so that we can, while not get to zero drug use, we can get to a place where those who are using drugs are able to be safe, have shelter, and people who operate businesses and live in the area can continue to have a thriving community. And I think that's what we're all working towards. And so I'm really grateful to hear that level of commitment, both from businesses, neighbors, the Navigation Center, and the police department. And I hope that we can continue to keep that up.
Thank you. If I may, I will acknowledge that the program has reversed overdoses, and presumably overdoses that if they were left to unsheltered homelessness may not have had somebody as readily available to step in for that life-saving care. So the intention is, even as we're operating a DAMP program, we're trying to do so in the way that keeps people safe. We're trying to also do it in a way that keeps the integrity and fidelity of people's recovery, for people who are in recovery, safe. So we've talked about, we have the design. We have alternative rooms that we can flex to different needs and purposes. And VOA has contemplated, like, if people are coming in and they're like, we need a sober area, we need that dry area, right? We have an ability to provide that within the design of the space.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Carius.
I think we're pretty close to wrapped up, so I think I'll wrap with my final items. I think it would be really cool to get a bus shelter at the bus stop there on Colfax. I hate standing out in the rain with an umbrella, and I know the people at the VOA will really appreciate having a bus shelter. Again, that parking lot there in connection with the VOA is kind of ripe for improvement. I think, again, the greenery, adding space, social space, et cetera, et cetera. I have a number of other things. I just want to double check my notes so that I hit everything. I think there is the potential opportunity for the VOA and the city to consider a good neighbor agreement with the surrounding neighborhoods. I think mostly because it is going to be the long-term accountability and investment in the area that helps make it successful and helps the VOA and the Navigation Center stay here and doing its good work. And that means having clear lines of communication to the neighbors, clear lines of communication to the business owners, and I hope to see that comes along. So unless any of my other commissioners would like to say something, I think I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, we do have Commissioner O'Neill. So save your motion, Commissioner Carius. Yeah, and a reminder too, under Bob's rules, we've already been discussing the substance of a potential motion to approve you. Under Bob's rules, we don't need a motion to have these kinds of discussions. Commissioner O'Neill.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point of order on the topic that we're discussing in regards to Lakewood Speaks and my inability to log into Lakewood Speaks. But I did read all of the comments and was unable to check that I had read those comments. So I've read them and I appreciate them. And I just wanted to add that before we started finalizing everything. So thanks.
All right, thank you for that clarification, Commissioner O'Neill. I had another open-ended question for Mr. Connor. The Lakewood zoning ordinance does give the Lakewood Planning Commission authority to approve special use permits with modifications or conditions. A frustration I have with this part of our code is that it then gives absolutely no guardrails or guidance or criteria of what kind of modifications or conditions we can put on a special use permit, but it's clear that it's at least theoretically possible. We've heard some concerns from businesses and the public tonight. You've heard them all. Is there anything you're willing to promise to do that you think could be summarized in a condition that you're willing to accept? I think it could go a long way with the community to have a firmer assurance that you will continue to do a lot of the things that you've mentioned you've done, of working and having a good relationship with the business owners and responding to their concerns and so forth.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think we have looked for areas where we find that leverage, and so we've done that contractually in the operations contract with VOA to work on identifying them as good neighbors. It hasn't risen to like where it's put into an IGA agreement. I would want time to think through that with council, with City of Lakewood to really understand the ramifications. I had also worked formerly for Denver and have done some work with IGAs. Oftentimes there would be kind of this triangulation, but mostly those agreements are between the contracted program and the community and less involvement of the city. So I think the idea of revisiting a use potentially could be something that we could think about too. I'm confident in our program. We're here to earn our keep. And I think we can demonstrate similarly with more empirical evidence, like Commander Alish has provided tonight, that we're continuing on those criteria to be a satisfactory and even enriching program for the neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Understand. Again, with our processes, sometimes it seemed to me in instances of shortcoming. We have this meeting, and it is difficult, and maybe especially in this case, given how late in the process the application came. Although we've been over the reasons for that tonight, to try to add extra conditions. So it would probably ease my mind and the public's mind if you could go into some more detail. You mentioned you have a contract with the VOA. There's some conditions in it that are in the sphere of being a good neighbor. The operation is still new, so all these things have not had time to become evident. Can you elaborate on what maybe some of these activities that are not fully ramped up yet, that are in the contract are, and that we can expect?
Thank you. For instance, we do have a section, community and guest engagements, in the RFP. And in Lakewood, oftentimes you release an RFP. People offer their
request for proposals?
Yeah, request for proposals.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then the ultimate contract references that RFP and what needs to be required in that. Proposals should detail strategies for regular community engagement through formal and informal convening in the community. This may include participation in community association meetings, city ward meetings, various district meetings, etc. Proposals should detail a single point of contact for community questions or concerns. Additionally, in terms of maintenance to the grounds, general grounds and facility maintenance, the contractor shall provide grounds and facility maintenance, including snow removal, and shall provide upkeep of the exterior and perimeter of the building, including sidewalks and area right-of-way. Additionally, in community relations, with support of the city, the contractor will provide timely and ongoing community relations to neighboring residents, businesses, and community organizations. That's the RFP. We are under a one-year contract with VOA, and so there's opportunity along the way to clarify or specify terms within the contractual relationship with VOA. That renewal is in September. It's within spitting distance of where we are, so we could begin thinking through that if we wanted to land that as contractual obligations rather than an IGA if that became a complicated factor.
Sure. Yeah, and that language you just read from the RFP, I did hear discussion of outdoor maintenance areas. So, some of the ideas we talked about trash tonight, even trash cans, a lack of them in the vicinity. It seems like just installing trash cans, at least on your site that Lakewood owns and controls, would easily falls within the purview of that language that you already have. Would you be willing to accept a condition of, the Planning Commission approving this with a condition that the Navigation Center install and maintain, trash receptacles outdoors?
That is the least. That is like a $200 investment in some trash cans and creating the operational guidance in the program to make sure that trash gets empty. I think that is easy to do. Okay, that's great to know. I have a question probably for our legal counsel. Is there any mechanism by which Lakewood's zoning ordinance can put a time limit, like it was suggested in some public comment earlier, of say 5 years on the special use permit to come back for a review later?
So there's not currently any language that requires a special use permit to come back for some sort of, check or reapplication. If council at some point, planning commission, and then council decides to amend the zoning code to have some sort of, 5-year checkpoint, that can happen, but it wouldn't be applied retroactively to this special use permit. So it is certainly possible in the future. It's not possible for this application.
Absolutely. Yeah, so that's my understanding. In the very limited ability we have to approve a permit with modifications, putting a time limit on it, saying this special use permit is only good for X number of years is outside of our purview. We simply don't have the authority to do it. You're nodding your head, so take the answer to be yes.
Yeah, I'll answer affirmatively on the record. Yeah, we don't have authority in the zoning code to put a time limit on the special use permit.
Okay. Yeah. Similarly, I think it was Ms. Pellegrin, the president of the Iber neighborhood earlier, talked about Denver's good neighbor agreements. My understanding is that those are, in Denver, where they extensively use good neighbor agreements for developments, those are codified and contemplated in the zoning ordinance and elsewhere in the municipal code. And to my knowledge, Lakewood has no comparable parallel to that. Is that right?
That's correct. We don't have anything in our municipal code or zoning code referencing good neighbor agreements. It appears that Denver includes them in their, it does sound like under the scope of a lot of their licensing that it is part and parcel of license agreements. So I think in this case, they define evidence of community support, and from there, a good neighbor agreement was one of the mechanisms, but Lakewood does not have a similar or analogous reference.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Carius.
I just want to clarify.
And is your microphone on, sir?
I just want to clarify. We do have the ability to revoke special use permits later on and that does require a process. So if the commission were to feel that there's a failure to uphold the standards that created the intent for it, the planning commission itself could call for the revocation of the special use permit.
That's correct.
Thank you. Yeah. Besides that, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right. A follow-up question on that. I think a lot of us are ready, but a follow-up question for council. Can you walk us through what is the process to revoke a special use permit? This is not a discussion I've ever had, and it does pique my interest.
Yeah, and I'm going to that one I'm going to bring, if Mr. Rice doesn't mind, I'm going to have him answer that.
Right. It's a good question. I think that would actually come from me. As director, right? So the commission approves. I'm trying to think of let's use another one that we most recently approved. So we approved the special use permit for a fuel station not too long ago, and there were some approval things that we checked boxes, right? If they were to violate any of those items that were part of the approval, I know there was above and beyond the criteria in the ordinance, they were going to do something with EV and some other things. So that's the approval. If a resident or another business owner pointed out that they're in violation, essentially staff would go out and say, you're in violation, you need to address this. If they don't, then we can send it up to the planning commission. I think we would give, essentially there's got to be some violation of the approval to send it back to the planning commission itself.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you, that's helpful. All right, I'm not seeing anyone else wishing to speak right now. Back to you, Commissioner Carias. You still have your hand up. Is that before? You do.
I think it just didn't go away.
All right. Would anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Williams.
I would like to move that the Planning Commission approve special use permit 26-001, the Navigation Center special use permit.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there specific discussion on this motion? I will, how do I do this? I will move that the Planning Commission is a friendly amendment to the motion on the floor to approve it with the modification requiring the contracted entity with the city operating the shelter to install and maintain trash receptacles outside within 6 months of approval of the permit. I think that 6 month time frame aligns with Mr. Connor's stated upcoming contract renegotiation. So yeah, that's my motion to approve with that condition. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Karias.
I just want to make sure that legal is able to take down the condition for that. Great, thanks.
All right, any discussion on the amendment to the main motion? All right, I'm seeing none, so let's take a vote. The operative motion is to amend the main motion to approve by adding a condition to require the operator of the site within 6 months to install and then permanently maintain outdoor trash receptacles. So if you vote yes, that is in favor of amending the motion to approve to have that condition. A no vote returns us back to the original motion to approve without any conditions. Please cast your votes. All right, that motion carries 6 ayes and 0 nays. Is there any other discussion or motions? I'm seeing none, so we now return to the main motion as amended. And so the motion on the floor is to approve the special use permit with the condition that we just stipulated about the outdoor trash receptacles. So a yes vote on this is the main motion. A yes vote will approve the special use permit. A no vote is in favor of denial. And commissioners, please begin voting. All right, that motion carries 6 ayes, 0 nays. Mr. Connor, congratulations. You have your special use permit. Thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you for all the people who have commented. All the members of our community, who are passionate about caring for our neighbors in need, and helping those who are in the hardest situations that many of us would find unimaginable, but we've heard plenty of comments tonight of people who've experienced these things. We thank you all for your testimony. For the business owners who have come out tonight, thank you for coming and expressing your concerns. I hope that some of the testimony unveiled tonight is reassuring to you that we're going in a positive direction. I do find it to be an odd paradox that, as I elaborated on earlier in the meeting, that in many ways the special use permit, because it's an overnight shelter and a more regulated and maintained operator, is perhaps less odious to the neighbors than what the use by right is. We may have some examining of our code to go back and ponder at a later date. And Mr. Connor, as a final thing, and Commander Alesh is also as a final note, I want to commend you for your amazing humanitarian work, for your involvement in the community and keeping an open line of communication, not just with your clients staying at the center, but open lines of communications with the businesses around you. It is clear to me that there is an element of trust that can be built up and strengthened and enhanced with the business community. And I do want to strongly urge you, Mr. Connor, to continue doing everything that you and your staff and your contractor, the VOA, possibly can, to help lift up that business community, lifting up the people experiencing homelessness, while lifting up the Colfax corridor as a good place to do business and to operate businesses, safely for all the people in our community. These values I don't think are in conflict. I think the work you are doing helps that directly by the services you provide to your clients, and I encourage you to also more indirectly do that, but also directly in another way do that by continuing your strong collaboration with the businesses. So thank you for your time tonight. Mr. Rice, will you please read into the record our next agenda item?
Item 5, general business.
All right. In general business, we typically talk about schedule and other matters of interest to the commission. So let's start with upcoming schedule. Mr. Rice, what do you have for us on the upcoming docket?
Right. So what I have confirmed for the commission, the next meeting would be an informational meeting on July 8th. The Comprehensive Planning Group is looking to come to the commission to do two things. One, give you an update on the E-plan. They may talk a little bit about where they are in the tracking metrics that were going on with the comprehensive plan, and then kind of an update on a couple of recent requirements that came down from DOLA. So it's more, here's what we're doing, here's where we are, and here's where we're going. So that's confirmed for July 8th. Then I have two other items, a special use permit and a rezoning request. And right now, based on a quick discussion with the commission, I'm looking at August, maybe August 5th and August 19th. Haven't confirmed those, but we're working through that. Which brings me up to a question I'd like to actually propose to the commission. The next date outside of August, we're looking at September 2nd. That's getting close to the Labor Day holiday. Probably may not have a meeting with, if I were to ask who's all going to be here from the commission, you may have travel plans, right? So I am looking at several meetings that are taking a little longer to confirm. The fact that we're hitting summer, all of you may be traveling for work or pleasure, and am wondering if you're interested in opening up what we call the informational meetings, the study session meetings, for potential to schedule a regular meeting. For instance, if I can't, I intentionally, I'll use this one, I intentionally wasn't polling for July 1st, just for the fact that it's so close to the July holiday. And we run into that in September as well. So would you be interesting, and you'll get plenty of ahead of time, right? So I'm gonna poll as soon as next week for the next two availability for the next two planning commission meetings. I'll actually do 4. Right, so you'll have 2 in August and 2 in September. If you come back and tell me no, I'll adjust the, I would, if you agree to this, I would have the opportunity to look at other meetings in that same month instead of pushing it out a couple of weeks or another month. And one of the things is I have, am looking at several other rezoning requests that are probably going to be later in the year, but I don't have dates, and we may have to like double up agenda items. So if you're interested and willing, you'd need to vote on it, but we could convert the informational meetings to regular meetings through the end of 2026.
All right, yeah, so to succinctly rephrase that, typically we have regular meetings where we hear cases on the 2nd and 4th Wednesdays of the month, correct?
Correct.
And so your request is for us to open it up for some period of time, because we have a number of cases coming up, to also explore the 1st and 3rd. Did I have that right, or is it backwards? Which Wednesday is this?
1st and 3rd is a regular meeting.
1st and 3rd is the regular.
4th.
I stated it backwards. Yeah, 1st and 3rd is the regular meeting, and the 2nd and 4th is our study sessions or informational meetings if we have those.
Right.
And so, so the request is to open up not just to the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays, but to also the 2nd and 3rd through September.
We could do September and reevaluate then. Yep.
All right, sure. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, if it's the 1st and 3rd, and I apologize, it's possible because it's like 11:30 and my brain is a little mushy. Does that mean the 8th is not the 1st or the 3rd?
Right. So the 8th is an informational meeting. So
That's an informational one.
You may not take action that night.
I see.
Right. If we make them through September regular meetings, then we can have informational items, right? And I'll list it on there that it's informational and there's no action required. But if you're required to take action, you can that evening if it's a regular meeting. I'm
a big fan of efficiency, despite the fact that we've been here for 4.5 hours. Are we allowed to make it so that the 8th can be informational and action? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it requires.
That is what we were doing. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
So per our rules and regulations, it requires a motion from the commission to convert an informational meeting or a study session date to a regular meeting. And I think that is the request for us to, Mr. Rice is requesting it. I'll be so bold as to move it. I move that for the months of June, July, August, and September, that we allow the possibility of scheduling a regular meeting for all the Wednesdays, subject to availability of the commissioners, which will be pulled later in an email.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Commissioner Carius.
Is that in like the charter, or is that rule like in the commission bylaws?
It's in the commission rules and regulations. So
I feel like we
need
need to edit the commission bylaws and just give Paul the ability to tell us when we're voting on something, when we're not voting on something.
Fair game.
I don't know how to vote on this.
Fair point. And it's technically not this board. It's our doppelganger board, the Board of Adjustment, which is the same 7 people but a legally distinct entity due to the requirements of the city charter. We do have an upcoming task, I think, later this year to look at those bylaws. So, Commissioner O'Neill is having bad memories come back to her. Nevertheless, it's potentially on our agenda. So, point taken, Commissioner Carius. Anyway, in any event, we have a motion and a second now to convert the meetings for the rest of the summer through September to be regular meetings if it's pulled later. All in favor of that, say aye.
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 All who are opposed say no. I think the ayes have it. Mr. Rice, that motion passes. So, feel free to schedule a regular meeting on any of those dates.
Great, thank you. And I will also look into your account.
Thank you.
Get that taken care of. That's all staff has for the commission this evening.
All right, great. Does anyone else have anything for general business for the good of the commission? I have an item for discussion, a suggestion I would make. Of course, it was alluded to tonight, and I think we all are very aware that last year this commission worked on a zoning code update, and City Council passed it in 4 parts. And in early April, there was a special election due to referendum where the voters of the city repealed that zoning ordinance update. So we are back operating under our prior zoning ordinance. As we did tonight for the special use permit, we used the rules of the old zoning ordinance, which is now just our current zoning ordinance. It's just the zoning ordinance. From my perspective, the commission was trying to implement a lot of things from the comprehensive plan that were really important to the future direction of the city. Several of the comments on Lakewood Speaks tonight, I think directly made the link between homelessness, the issue we talked about in so much depth tonight, and lack of housing. Homelessness is a housing issue. Through the city's past housing study, through the comprehensive plan development process, we, definitely identified, a lack of housing units as contributing to the affordability crisis in the city. The Planning Commission, worked, we listened to the community. We made a good faith effort. The City Council worked on it. I think they made an effort to try to advance some of those goals of the comprehensive plan of dealing with housing affordability. What I think we also heard tonight very clearly, just even with this case, is that aside from housing people, this community does have other values too. And I think I interpret the results of the April 7th special election in that light. People care a lot about the character of their neighborhoods. People care a lot about, the kind of place that Lakewood is, and they don't want to see some things radically change. It's my belief that we should honor that. Democracy is important. I believe in democracy. We have to honor election results. The will of the people gives any democratic government its legitimate authority to do anything. But we also have to realize that there's other values that we were trying to advance, and we struck the wrong balance. I think we clearly got the balance wrong. That's what the voters were telling us. It's not that, in my view, we were ignoring the values of neighborhood character and greater input on development. I think we put a number of those things into the zoning ordinance. But ultimately, the will of the people dictated that we didn't get the balance quite right. And so the logical question is, what do we do next? We need to honor this vote, and we need to honor all the commitment and time that went into the comprehensive plan towards stating the future values of the city and moving the city forward. In my view, it's not an easy or obvious task of how to do this, which is all the more reason to get started on it sooner than later. I truly have no idea where the process will go, of what kind of ideas we come up with next. But I think we don't want to just rest on the zoning code as it is. At least I personally don't feel that that's the most appropriate course of action. We need to learn from the results of the special election, but we need to not forget all the things that we knew going up to it as well. I do want to give credit to the two council members who represent my ward, Ward 3, council members Roger Lowe and Ken Cruz, who last month had a Ward 3 meeting that was well attended. Some 50, probably 60 people showed up. It was just a listening session. All we did was we gathered in our room for an hour and a half, and we passed the microphone around the room, and we listened. What do the people in our community want? What do we think the next step should be? How do we go forward with zoning? How do we go forward with respect to what our comprehensive plan says? How do we go forward with giving the community greater input into shaping the developments they want to see and to making these developments the quality kind of development that we want in the future of Lakewood, and solving some of our issues of affordability and sustainability? And how do we do this in a way that better strikes the balance that the voters told us in April that we did not strike correctly last time? These are big, difficult questions to grapple with, and I thought it was appropriate that the council members in my ward at least thought that the best way to start that was by listening to what the community said. It was a very cathartic, it was a very useful, very informative and eye-opening meeting for me and maybe for many others. And I think it could do the Planning Commission some good to have a meeting along these lines as well. So I would humbly suggest on July 8th, which Mr. Rice says we're already having a meeting, where we will hear various staff reports from the Comprehensive Planning Group. That is a perfect kind of meeting. We're talking about comprehensive long-range planning. I think to add on an additional agenda item to just hear public comment, to just listen, to hear ideas from the community who wants to comment on who wants to comment on Lakewood Speaks, who wants to come here in person and comment on what next steps and actions could be with respect to implementing the 2040 comprehensive plan and with respect to our zoning ordinance. If there are some people out in the community, watching this on a video later, and you're skeptical, I truly have no agenda. It's a little scary that I'm even suggesting this because I don't know what the end is. I don't know what the last step is. I don't know how the zoning code revisions might end up. But I think it's important that we open the discussion of how to do it better than we did before in a way that the community has broader buy-in to and broader acceptance of. And so it's always going to be questions of where we're going and how to best do the process. But we cannot do the process unless we start a process. It's my humble suggestion to this commission is July 8th presents us a great opportunity to begin that process by listening. Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for staff regarding the topic. So, Paul, or Mr. Rice, what is staff doing with this right now? Like, what are the plans? What is being discussed internally?
As it relates to zoning, potential zoning amendments?
Yeah.
Staff does not have any direction at this point in time. So we are focusing, the comp plan group is focusing on kind of phase 2, the E-plan and the tracking piece. We got a little sidetracked with the DOLA requirements as well. Development review, lots of requests for rezonings and special use permits, but we're having some trouble getting them before the planning commission. The dates keep changing, but I know we have in my other notebook on the desk, I'm keeping track, I think, of 9 rezoning requests that may or may not move for the commission. I've got 3 that I think are going to move relatively quickly. I think 1 we will see in August. We'll probably see 2 more in September, October-ish, and then we'll go from there. And one of the things with rezonings is we get to the end of the year, I may push some, I'll manage the calendar. So I don't mind bringing rezonings into the planning commission as long as they can continue through the process to city council. What I don't like to see is a rezoning that goes to planning commission and then it's 4 to 6 months before it gets to city council. So as we get to the end of the year, I'll have to look at what your schedule is. Because I don't want to approve something in September with knowing that they have no intent to going to city council until 2027. That's kind of a long wait.
Yeah.
So.
And Commissioner, I'll just add, because this may help the commission, City Council just requested on June 15th a study session to have a presentation on zoning. And I don't know what the content of that will be yet or what's going to be presented, but I think that may be the first guidance that's given to staff.
All right, well, that sounds excellent, because if it happens on June 15th and we're meeting on July 8th, then we'll be able to watch that June 15th study session ourselves, and so will interested members of the public who might want to come and share their comments with us on the night of July the 8th. And so that sounds perfect. Commissioner O'Neill, did you have any other questions?
I mean, yes, but too many, so it's too late. I can't do it.
Fair. Commissioner Williams.
I promise, despite all evidence to the contrary, to be brief here, but Chair, I support and agree with the importance of of listening to the community, and I think we should do what you're proposing on the 8th and have opportunities for the public to come in and weigh in on us. That being said, I feel compelled to state on the record and to share with anyone who's still hanging out with us at 11:37 p.m. that the city spent 2 years doing public outreach around this zoning, had a wide range of public hearings and opportunities for the public to engage. Tonight, the testimony we heard, this whole hearing would not have been necessary today. This use of taxpayer dollars would not have been necessary today had the previous zoning that we'd passed remained intact. So we spent a bunch of money on taxpayer dollars doing this very hearing that would not have been necessary had we kept the previous zoning. I don't feel that it is fair to characterize the city of Lakewood as having not listened to the community when we spent 2 years doing sessions throughout the city. And frankly, I have a lot of concern around the rampant use of disinformation as it relates to the zoning code that was previously passed. So while I welcome the opportunity to continue to have a conversation with our community, we should be honest with ourselves that there are some individuals that do not want to have an honest conversation about implementing zoning that allows for more housing for our neighbors who do not have it right now. The special use permit applicant today said that the length that someone remains in the shelter depends upon the availability of them to get into housing. And we have created an environment in this city where it is very hard to do that. So I just want to be I feel really compelled to state on the record and to the community members who may or may not be watching this or may watch it later, the city has gone through a 2-year process to do this. We can and should have additional hearings where the public can come in and share their thoughts and their perspectives. But it is not true or fair to say that the city has not done this, and the fact that we're in this scenario means that we're going to spend millions more dollars of taxpayer dollars on government processes that didn't need to happen had we not gone through this special election process. I do look forward to, as a body, with all of you and with City Council and with members of the public, identifying ways to make our zoning code work better in the future. And maybe that looks different than what we passed before, but I think it's really important that we clarify with the public that this is not something that just happened in a day. This is something that we spent years working on and engaging with the public on, and it's disingenuous for anyone to suggest that we somehow hoodwinked the public on this. I don't think that that's a fair representation. Now, that being said, I agree. Like, let's have hearings on the 8th. I would love to invite the public to come in and have a community conversation about this. And I look forward to doing that.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Williams, for those thoughts. I'm glad you agree on the wisdom of hearing from the public and beginning this broader discussion on the commission. I do agree with you as well that we did certainly lots of listening and lots of public meetings and lots of outreach in the 2-year process leading up to adopting the comprehensive plan and the last round of zoning. I think we did listen quite a lot. Clearly, though, with the result of what the election is, there's work to be done, and for exactly some of the reasons you mentioned, right? The urgency of the lack of affordable housing has not gone away. The brokenness of our zoning code, our current zoning code now, in that it mostly only allows very large, very expensive single-family homes, almost all of which that have been built in the last decade, or sell for well over $1 million on the one extreme, or massive apartment buildings, which are needed and which are good and provide a reasonable place for live for lots of people who need it. And I would absolutely disagree with any suggestion we don't need apartments in our city. There is a need for that, but that is the only thing that we have seemed to do a good job of with our current code of building that is not that $1 million mansion. And one of the key things we identified is that we need lots of things in between. And our current zoning code is not as good at delivering that. It does a very bad job of it. And that was a problem we were trying to address before, and it's a problem that I'm still interested in trying to address for exactly all the reasons that you just laid out, Commissioner Williams. The urgency is there. I absolutely agree with what you've said. I have lots of lights on right now. I think it was Commissioner Carius and then Holman and then O'Neill.
I wasn't here for all that, minus the vote part of it. So
Is your microphone on?
I pushed it, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, it didn't sound like it.
So I just want to say, I think I'd love to work with staff more directly on kind of evaluating some of the most important stuff, in my opinion, that goes into planning and zoning, is making sure when projects come to the city, they come through and we get them through the process in a timely manner, and I'm sure staff are doing that quite well, but also making sure it's done in a transparent manner where we have lots of conversations, engage the public. There's been really interesting stuff out of Canada in regards to the community charrette, which is essentially like a randomized group of people who get to comment on projects. In Broomfield, where previously I was planning commission, there are concept reviews. There are tons of ideas out there in modern planning that I think could go a long way to building trust with the community, building trust across the city, and really ensuring city staff have the opportunity to present cases and developers to present cases and us to hear them in the public comments. So I think that's what I'm looking forward to, and I'd love anything. If we could do an info session, hanging out with staff, getting the numbers. I'd love numbers on variances, on what developers are requesting, on what types of developments Lakewood wants to see. So maybe economic development we need to hear from, and also, what development are we actually receiving? Sometimes there's a difference between those two, and I'd love to hear those things. I think those would be great information sessions to really help us hone in and target in a way that we can be technical in those details. I know staff probably has things they don't like about the zoning code that they want to get rid of. I'd love to hear a list of those and debate those, in public as well. Maybe just between the commissioners or something, because there's a lot of things that the public aren't going to want to debate, but that are going to be important debates that we have as a commission. So, yeah, it sounds like fun to me. I'd love to hear more from staff.
Yeah,
You don't have to comment now.
And I know staff does have a number of changes that they suggested in the zoning rewrite that we did last year that obviously got repealed. That I think a lot of those suggestions were good things. We talked about them last year. I would be very excited to talk about them again. I think a lot of those things were very far from the concerns that were most central to the special election campaign we just went through this spring. And so there could be a lot of good suggestions in there, especially that would make sense to expedite, but not necessarily to be the only things we need to expedite. But it could be a sensible place to start. Mr. Rice, is it possible on the 8th we could get some sort of staff presentation? It can be brief, but just along the lines of what Mr. Carias was, what Commissioner Carias was saying of trends and patterns and reviewing some of the desired major staff changes, perhaps that was in the last rewrite.
I think so. I'm hesitant. The one hesitation that I have is committing ED to the meeting until I talk to him. But we have a tracking list that I believe there was less than 100 items we were looking at changing. I can share that again with the commission, and I can run numbers on developments. So,
all right,
and get you some statistics and so forth, what we've seen and what's been permitted and so forth. That's relatively easy to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we would look forward to a presentation on that, and let us know in the intervening month or so we have now if economic development could join. That would that would be lovely. Having a presentation from you and economic development and comprehensive planning on the same night would be just a wonderful nerd fest of planning. I think we're all very down for it. Commissioner Holman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm in full agreement with having some zoning discussion. I think that there are changes needed. The last time the zoning was updated was 2012. The W line didn't exist then, and there have been a lot of changes to Lakewood in the meantime. I think some of the issues from what I heard from the public regarding the zoning changes were not that they didn't want any of the zoning changes like the ordinance results may suggest. It was that they didn't want specific blanket changes in the zoning, and that there were parts that it seemed like everyone was willing, or I guess there were parts that each person could agree were good, but then parts that were more bad that they didn't want. And I think having some kind of conversation and figuring out what the parts that most people can agree on, like maybe changing the zoning around the W line, for instance, would be helpful and beneficial for the future of Lakewood. So yeah, I'm in agreement. We should talk about it. Would love to hear what staff thinks.
All right. Commissioner O'Neill, your light is still on. Do you want to speak again, or was that earlier?
No, I just wanted to, yes, I wanted to speak. I just wanted to state that I'm in agreement with having the discussion. I didn't say that when I spoke last time.
Okay. It's sounding to me like we have consensus up here to have this discussion on July 8th. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. The last thing I would just say, I'm looking forward to this session on the 8th. The last thing I would just say, though, is that part of the reason why municipalities like Lakewood have worked ourselves into a situation where we have such an affordability crisis is the inability of local municipal government to move fast enough to accommodate growth and making sure that we have housing availability. So while I'm going to say this up front, I am excited and looking forward to the working sessions that we're going to have on the 8th, but I would really encourage this body to not twiddle our thumbs and have a drawn out we have an affordability crisis in this state and in this city, and the longer we take to work to address that in our zoning code and use the tools and levers that we have to start to address it, the worse it will get. So I would just really, as we begin this next round of this process, I just want to share with you all my perspective as well as with the public that we should move with haste. Like, there's no reason for municipal government to take as long as 2012 to update. The people of Lakewood deserve better. We deserve better. And I would really encourage us not to, allow perfect to be the enemy of good, or good to be whatever, you know what I mean? And really make sure that, we have these sessions and then we work to take substantial action quickly. I think that should be an outcome of this next phase and these conversations. So I'll just share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Your urgency is noted, and July 8th is step number one. Step number two comes after that, and I'm okay with it coming soon after that. I'm in agreement there. Let's move along. Commissioners, anything else under the ambus of general business that anyone would like to discuss? All right, I'm not seeing anything else. This is the last agenda item we have for the evening. So, seeing no more discussion, I will adjourn this meeting at 11:50 p.m. Good night, everyone.